Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to call this meeting to order. This is a special called meeting of the Commissioners Court of Hood County, Texas. Today is Thursday, January the 29th. It's 9 a.m. We're in the central jury room of the Ralph H. Walton Jr. Justice Center at 1200 West Pearl Street in Granbury, Texas. We're going to ask Commissioner Jack Wilson to give us the invocation this morning.
Gracious Heavenly Father, we're thankful and honored for the privilege to assemble, to meet and discuss the things that are important to the citizens of the county. I ask that you be with each of us and make the decisions as we go forward, not based on emotion, but on fact. I ask you would be with each of those here today as we go forward in our daily lives to your service. In Christ's name, amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I pledge the great state of Texas.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Okay, the first item to be discussed and considered for approval, number one, is to discuss and take appropriate action regarding Sailfish response to conditional approval of the concept plan for Comanche Circle. May convene into executive section pursuant to Government Code 551.071. All right, we have, I think, so far 14 speakers signed up. And ladies and gentlemen, the last time we had this meeting, there were people losing control, violating the rules of decorum here by shouting at people, speaking when you were not at the podium. We're not going to have that anymore. Y'all know that that's unacceptable. I know this is an emotional charge subject for all of us, but we're all going to have to act right. So please, if you're going to speak, you'll have your time to speak at the podium, but when you're not at the podium, do not shout anything to anybody and try to carry on a deal. That is just totally unacceptable, and we're not going to have that. So let's act really appropriately. So with that, the first speaker is Kenneth Metter.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Kenneth Metter. I'm a rancher in Biloxi. On these data centers, I would like to kind of implore you to look hard as you make your decisions. The state legislature has enacted something where if they install a BESS system, which is their battery storage systems, that they must put in escrow a decommissioning fund for those BESS systems. So also, one thing is these facilities are not going to last forever. And whenever somebody is done with the facility, it does no longer serve their purpose, or the technology has outdated what they have, then they're typically going to just walk away. It's going to leave a lot of stuff on the ground. And I think that we need to look at putting in rules for having them to put something into escrow for decommissioning the facility itself also. In addition to that, all these companies are major players with lots of money, and they all want tax abatements. When you have an entity that goes in to have their business in a county, a municipality, I worked for the city of Cleveland for 32 and a half years. There were chemical companies that wanted to come in there. They were going to be hard on the resources that were available within the city of Cleveland. They wanted tax abatements. And the city of Cleveland said, no, if you are going to come in here, we are not going to give you tax abatements because the type of work that you are going to be doing, it is going to be hard on our resources. So they refused to give them the tax abatements. Those companies still came in, conducted their business, but they understood that there was a cost of doing business, and that cost was paying the taxes. So if we go in and give tax abatements to these companies, that's going to draw more companies that are going to be wanting our resources that are very limited. So I appreciate any and all consideration that you give on these things. I appreciate it.
Next speaker is Kirk Kesky.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Kirk Teskey. Very much appreciate the opportunity to address the court this morning. Before I begin, I would just like to clarify some rumors that have admittedly been spread by Ryan Hughes. Just for the record, neither myself or my firm is the architect for the controversial Project Patriot. Also, I am not a data center expert. I've never designed a data center, but I do oversee a global design practice, and I have access to many data center experts. Now, I would like to reiterate a point that I made very early on to this court. Sailfish is a limited liability company. By their nature, LLCs aim to spend as little money as possible, make as much money as possible, but reserve the ability to abandon a community at any point when their financial expectations fail to materialize. As an example, Sailfish is attempting to defeat the intent of our laws for their own financial gain. Their 15-page objection to this court's conditional approval of their concept plan is intended to minimize their spending and maximize gain without regard for the best interest of this community. Here are a few simple truths. Sailfish proposed development will pollute our air. It will endanger our roadways. It will pollute our Paluxy River. It will jeopardize our water supply, and it will rob future generations of what this northern hill country offers our community. In front of several witnesses, Ryan Hughes admitted that he would not want this development near his own family. Yet he is actively working to convince this community that it is good for us. Commissioner Andrews, I appreciate you touring a data center, but I would like to say that this facility that they're proposing is nothing like what you toured. Comanche Circle is 130 times the size of what you toured. It did not include 3 natural gas power plants, 2,000 outdoor generators, a sewage treatment plant, and many other support facilities. It did not have the stormwater issues associated with nearly 1,000 acres of impervious cover. It was not constructed on a site with 170 feet of grade change from one end to the other. It was built in an industrial park designed to receive those types of facilities. So based on my experience, the qualifications placed on the Sailfish concept plan did not go nearly as far as I would typically see a jurisdiction place on such a plan. But the conditions you did request are prudent. The drainage plan alone is critical. Scientists at Baylor University who have studied nutrient pollution in Texas waterways for 20 years report that the effluent from wastewater treatment plants appears clear and clean, but contains high levels of organic nutrients that can cause algae blooms and devastate native aquatic ecosystems when dumped into our streams and rivers. This is not good news for our treasured Biloxi River, for the Brazos River, especially for Dinosaur Valley State Park, or for popular attractions like Big Rocks Park in Glen Rose. So I implore you to enforce the conditions you placed on this Florida LLC's concept plan. Work to approve the moratorium that your development commission recommended. And more than anything else, have the fortitude to uphold the intent of our state laws for development in this county. The laws designed to protect the health, safety, and welfare of our waterways and the citizens of this county and the visitors from across the state that come here to experience the natural beauty of this place. Thank you for your attention.
The next speaker is Bradley Morgan. Bradley Morgan.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. The main reason we're here today is talking about this contract that we keep hearing Selfish saying that is a signed deal and it's done. I hope that we as Texans, we as Americans, we said the pledge. Matter of fact, I heard talking about the great state of Texas. Let's be great American, great Texan. Let's stand up to the money people and fight this. Woke up 4 o'clock this morning. I wasn't going to speak, but I started thinking about that Biloxi is a family farming, a family ranching, and a community that's filled with history. I was sitting here thinking about in a farm, this in one of my cousins in the middle of that field, there are 3 unknown graves. They're pioneers that came there and probably tried to settle. They could be Indians that are there. We don't know. Have we taken the time to get a hold of people and say, look and see if they're the gold cheek warblers that are on this property? You know, a man that's been on that property and he has found arrowheads. There's artifacts there. Are we going to destroy that? So this contract that was written was based on a lot of, I don't want to say untruths, but incomplete truths. Like when we were a little kid, did you do that? Well, yeah, maybe. No, you don't want to tell the whole truth. You don't get in trouble. But this weekend, or this week, many of the farmers were out breaking ice when the temperatures were in the teens, feeding cattle, checking on them. I found a stillborn calf. And I'm sitting there in this field, and I'm looking across this field exactly at the top of the hill where this data center is going to be. So my mind started thinking, and this is what was going last night. It said, my property is actually 1.6 miles from that. I'll have all the effects to it. We will have all the effects. We are in the valley where everything's going to settle. Every time I find a dead calf that's stillborn, due to the effects of this plant, is Selfish going to write me a check to $2,000 to $4,000? No. They will not. So today's meeting is mainly about this contract. Are we going to stand up to them and say, yeah, these are the stipulations, we're sticking to it. The contract you sold us was not complete truths. So when they started talking to you, one of the first things they talked about is the water usage. And I went back and looked because I didn't want to come up here and tell untruths. So one of the first things they told us is 150,000 gallons a day. Right away, when they started trying to meet with Somerville County because they had Brazos River rights, it came out that was actually 1.5 million gallons a day. It's going to take 95 million gallons just to get that thing started. Somerville County stood up and said, yeah, we're not going to do that. So what they do, they turned around and they said, well, we'll drill wells. Did you know that Texas, because all the data centers, because counties have stepped up and said, yes, bring them in. Texas is on track this year to have 1 billion gallons of water a day. That came from a research company in Houston. It's not something I made up. It is science. It's factual. So there was a lie. Not a lie. Not a complete truth. They talked about, how it's going to be safe. They're not going to have all this runoff. Y'all are all the age that you remember DDT. DDT was one of the greatest insecticides out there. I'm from a farming family. We used it on plants. When they found out the effects that was having generations down, what'd they do? They took it off. How do we know that's not what's going to run off? It's on a hill. They cannot say that runoff's not going to happen. It's going to end up in the waterways. People love this week watching the eagles be born. There's eagle habitat down there. Eagles eat from the Plexi River. We fish, we hunt. Whatever the chemicals come from these plants are going to be in our system. It might not affect us, but it's going to affect generations down. Are they going to look the families in the eye when they have a child that's born with a birth defect? Because they said it's not going to happen? No. There's another untruth, or not a complete truth. They talk about the sound. There's going to be sounds when you have that many energy plants, you have that many data centers that are running. Once again, it's been proven by science that it affects the birth defects. And so I was sitting there in that field looking at a calf that never had a chance. Is that what we're going to see? Is that going to be our new norm? So all I'm asking at you is think about the science that's there. That's the word that's come out nowadays. Think about the science. Think about the facts that are there and what the things he did not tell. I'm fixing to close.
Time's up.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
America was born by farmers. Paul Harvey wrote one of the best things out there. And God created a farmer. And that's America. Stand up to him and fight him.
The next speaker is Brian Crawford. Brian Crawford.
Judge Bassengill, commissioners, good morning. My name is Brian Crawford, 4541 County Road, 1008 Glen Rose. I hesitate to mention this, but I do feel a bit compelled to do so. So I would like to address some of the contention that's been surrounding this topic. We heard stories of some threats against Mr. Hughes, specifically during last week's Commissioners Court meeting. But to my knowledge, that was an isolated event by one or two individuals. I do not believe that kind of rhetoric represents the attitudes of this community. Nobody I know, no one I've talked to, wishes any harm to come to Mr. Hughes. If this accusation is true, it should have never happened. Do we like what Mr. Hughes is doing? No, we do not. But that's because the harm his project will do to our community, our homes, and our way of life. We also don't like the callous and cavalier manner in which he is going about executing his project, seemingly with no regard to the negative impact it will have on the very unique and treasured part of the area and the state. Is it personal? Yes, it is, because it will irreversibly alter where we live and how we live. And is that worth fighting for? Yes, it is. Now, to the topic at hand. In my opinion, and this seems very obvious to me, the concept plan submitted by selfish investors on December 3rd should have not been approved at all. It was cartoonish and lacked any useful information for this Commissioner's Court to make an informed decision. Furthermore, the submittal of the concept plan on December 3rd and the misguided assumption of a 30-day approval process, while knowing much of the month of December is consumed by the holidays, was disingenuous and opportunistic. It suggests Selfish was trying to get something over on this Commissioner's Court without necessary opportunity for due diligence. A legitimate and responsible developer interested in good faith business practices would be working hard to mitigate potential harm to the community, not fighting to circumvent the intent of our laws to its own advantage. However, since the concept plan was conditionally approved last week, I urge the court to stand by the conditions levied on Sailfish investors and not proceed to the next phase until the conditions are fully met and fully documented. I urge the court to issue the moratorium, putting a pause on large-scale development until the court can understand the full scope, the impact, and the cumulative effect of the Comanche Circle Data Center and NRG Toller Power Center and all the other projects that are similar in the area. And finally, I urge the court to implement regulations in accordance with Subchapter K to ensure Hood County and surrounding areas in the Brazos River Valley and the watershed are protected as intended by this unique statute. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kirk Scroggins.
Good morning. My name is Kirk Scoggins. My wife and I own property at 10201 Edwards Road. The proposed footprint of the Comanche Circle project would border our property on our north and east property lines, so basically in our backyard. There are very many knowledgeable and experienced people who have spoken and will speak about the dangers of this proposed project. Those people have and will speak of the many well-documented costs of this type of project. The costs that I speak of are not cost in terms of dollars, but rather the environmental and health costs that would be incurred by Hood County and citizens like myself. I would like to use my time to speak on the practical, prudent aspects of the decision-making process regarding the proposed Comanche Circle Data project. Any Commissioner's Court decision to allow this project to go forward should not be made without being well-informed and educated on all of the health and environmental cost. This body should not and cannot vote to allow this project to go forward without doing its homework to fully understand and quantify the health and environmental cost. Thus, the reason for the moratorium to allow time for studies to occur and results to be analyzed. All business decisions come down to a cost-benefit analysis. We have established that the county needs time to properly analyze the cost. We also need time to analyze the alleged benefits. To my knowledge, the public has not been informed as to what the benefits are. What is the county going to get out of this? Are there tax abatements being offered? If so, how much and for how long? I applaud this body for the letter sent out recently to Sailfish requesting further clarification and information for areas of their plan that are severely lacking. I am sure that that letter was not sent out without counsel from the county's outside attorney, so the contents are arguably legally defensible against any Sailfish claims to the contrary. The facts are, Ryan Hughes with Sailfish is not our neighbor. He doesn't live here. He doesn't care about Hood County. What he does care about is taking advantage of Hood County for his own financial gain. These good people here and many more that couldn't take off work to be here today are willing and ready to fight for what is right and not allow Ryan Hughes and Sailfish an open door to our county. This country has been served well by being governed by the will of its people for 250 years. I believe the will of the people is very clear here today. Thank you.
next speaker is Brian Glenn.
My name is Brian Glenn. I live at the end of MacArthur Court. I've been in front of you all several times and spoke. I'll try not to make this long. I was actually not prepared to speak to this because I didn't see that I could on the agenda, but I would like to reiterate a couple of things that I said on the 13th when we came here for that marathon session. I sat through the whole thing. First, I want to say I'm very proud of this commission that you stood up, did what I suggested and many others suggested as far as placing conditions on sailfish. And, well, to be brief, I trust that you'll have the strength to resist this latest attempt to bypass our laws. I think one of the things that I said last time that I want to reiterate in the water, and others have talked to this, but my concern from a standpoint of their concept plan was that all discharge, runoff, and treated water flows into Somerville County. Now, I'm going to go at greater length later when we discuss Fort Spunky and Spectrum have similar problems, but I please implore you to resist this attempt to hijack our laws and go against what you, in your duties, I think, very responsibly did, and place, some conditions on approval. And I trust that you will maintain that. And thank you. I appreciate the time.
Next speaker is Scott Clayton. Scott Clayton.
Hey, folks. Commissioners, Judge Massengill, and everyone here in Hood County, I'm Scott Clayton, and I wanted to speak on Sailfish's response to the conditional approval for Comanche Circle because I think the project has real potential. Thanks for the time, and I'll keep it short. I get the concerns. They're based on real experiences. Take the Mara Bitcoin mine in Granbury. Resident Cheryl Shaden has talked about how the constant fan noise causes her migraines and keeps her up at night. With the low-frequency hum affecting her health, over 40 neighbors report similar issues. Sleep problems, stress on kids and pets, even animals getting agitated. Water usage is another valid worry. Data centers need a lot for cooling, and in our area that raises questions about supply during dry spells. And no one wants farmland near Dinosaur Valley State Park industrialized. That park's a gem. The Biloxi River, where families wade and kids trace dinosaur tracks from 113 million years ago, building family memories like the one shared on social media. A local remembering how her daddy took her and her sisters there, loving those trips until he sadly passed from cancer in 2016. Putting an end to going and leaving those memories as a treasured legacy of Texas's wild heart. After the Bitcoin mess, people are right to be cautious. Once bitten, twice shy. But Comanche Circle is different from those unregulated setups. It's a planned development. Sailfish, led by Ryan Hughes, proposes a 2,600-acre hyperscale campus in phases, starting with 721 acres and 1.1 gigawatts, potentially up to 9 sites at 5 gigawatts total. It could draw tenants like Google, Meta, or XAI, bringing high-paying jobs and tax revenues for schools, roads, services. No county funds needed, unlike the jail project. For example, in Newton County, Georgia, a Meta data center created 400 local jobs in operations and maintenance, with $12 million in taxes supporting a community grocery program for families. Here, linking the Comanche Peak's reliable power with options for small reactors or solar could make Hood a smarter economic player. On the details, noise mitigation is key. Unlike Bitcoin, Sailfish plans to locate power equipment on 80 isolated acres away from homes using closed-loop cooling to minimize fan noise. They're open to 1,000-foot setbacks, regular monitoring, and tools like berms and quieter tech to stay under the 55 decibels, handling low-frequency issues so it doesn't disrupt lives. Water. Systems recycle up to 90%, and evaporation can contribute to local rainfall without major loss. The moratorium lets us update rules for tenants to comply. It's practical design, buffers, flow, efficiency for minimal impact. In closing, this is a chance to build responsibly on lessons from Bitcoin. With strong conditions, Sailfish can deliver jobs and revenue while protecting what we value, like Dinosaur Valley. Let's make it work for Hood County. Thanks for your service.
The next speaker is Donna Kelleher.
Good morning, Judge Massengill and commissioners and citizens of Hood County. I've been doing a lot of research and I've been speaking at some meetings about it. And so I had a couple of questions along the way about why don't we have something that governs the uses of the land in our county? Well, thanks to some very good people, I've come up with some information for you and I'd like to share it. So beginning with Texas Local Government Code 231, Subchapter K, which was passed in June 18th, 1999, that's our starting point, okay? So where do we go from there? Well, it's not on the website. It's not on the internet, but it is recorded in our county documents. Volume 2, pages 1354 to 1381, the strategic plan for Hood County, June 14th, 1999. So we had a strategic plan in place days before Subchapter K. Now what goes with that is the district development map, which is online, April 13th, 2000. And after that, the next document in our governing documents, which you as commissioners are going to uphold, is the Hood County Flood Damage Prevention Order, October 27th, 2020. Now, content. I'm going to read to you from part of the strategic plan. And this is the guidelines for Hood County development standards, and it's filed page by page. Establishment of land use districts. Land use districts should be delineated that implement the county's new development permit authority. At least 3 types of districts are appropriate. Water quality district, a district to be established along lakes, rivers, and tributaries, whose primary function is to protect water quality. Number 2, road corridor district, a district that extends along major thoroughfares identified in the strategic plan, whose primary purpose is to accommodate the majority of the county's projected urban and suburban development. Number 3, rural land use district, a district encompassing existing rural areas, the purpose of which is to maintain the rural character of the county. Population density, provisions of public facilities, and other aspects of development should be regulated differently within each type of district. So now we talk about the district development map. And those 3 districts, as defined in your governing documents, are on that map. So if you're on a county road or a thoroughfare, it's going to be in tan. If you're in a primary water quality district, it's going to be in blue. In red is going to be the secondary, which is 1 mile from the Brazos. Primary is a half mile from any major creek or tributary. So rural is the white space. Now, Comanche Circle has Prairie Creek on it on the eastern boundary. That is a major tributary into the Paluxy River. That map doesn't have it in blue, but the floodplain is clearly managed by the Hood County Flood Damage Prevention Order, October 27th, 2020. So why is this so important? Because that water goes into the Paluxy, which goes into Wheeler Branch, which is the drinking water for Glen Rose. There is no way we can shoulder the responsibilities of that project. And regarding that beautiful data center in the Metroplex, I guarantee you, they had a stack of regulations this thick to comply with, whereas we don't even get one sheet of paper because we're a county. That's a problem. Regarding a tax base increase, it's additive or subtractive. We're going to add to the tax base just to give ourselves blight and a reduction in our appraised values. Recall when the river went dry, or at least my part did, during the big drought, my appraised value went down. So we are looking at adding or taking away. I think everything about this takes away from us, and you have the tools not to do it. Thank you very much for your time.
The next speaker is Mr. Paulson on 3766 County Road. I can't read your first name. It's Chris.
Yes, sir. You've met me before.
I have. Now that I see you, I know you.
All righty. Hey, and I apologize. I was one of those people that actually got out of context last time, and I apologize to the court for that. Rancher, 32 years in the utility industry on the production end. And I've got a lot of information that I can depart to you guys on these projects and different things if you'd like. But the thing I'm going to get at is this is kind of like going to the casino, because everybody goes to the casino to earn a lot of money. You know, they're pulling the slot machine. We're hoping for the best. But who always wins? The house. The house always wins. That's what we're trying to stop, is this mess going on. We're gonna have, you know, your conditional approval. I applaud you on. Thank you, Dave Eagle, for doing the no on it. And to Commissioner Andrews, I just want to say that the data center that you have gone and looked at in urban areas is vastly different from what you're going to see here. That they don't have to maintain the same quality that they do in urban areas as far as noise abatement and other things. This, there's a lot of, the drawing actually was almost cartoonish. It lacked so much on it. And I appreciate you guys doing the conditional approval on that for that reason, that they can come back and do, they could, you can use your moratorium to stop it, hopefully, or use subchapter J to slow it down a little bit. You know, Sid Miller, who's our ag commissioner, doesn't want these data centers on ag land anymore. And I don't find many people, I mean, you'll have a gathering like this and you'll have, you know, 100 people in here. You may have 1 or 2 people in here that say data centers are great. And being in the utility industry, I'm going to tell you, it's not going to create any jobs. A lot of these plants can be remotely operated, at least on the gas plant end of it, by PLCs, and they, you know, that's basically computer's logic. You can control them remotely. You can do a remote startup and shutdown with 1 or 2 people. The data centers don't require anything other than a few maintenance people and a few people on site to do things. They can do a lot remotely on it. So anybody that tells you there's going to be a ton of jobs on this, that may be antique technology. That's not today's technology at all. I mean, most gas plants, like you can run a 400 megawatt gas plant in today's world with 20 people. That's it. So, I mean, it's not going to create a lot of jobs. Money won't replace water. And you guys do know that. And that's the biggest concern I see. I talked to Ryan this last time he was here, and you know, they're running those 5 wells into the First Trinity because they were rejected by Somerville County. We saw no logic with what they were throwing at us. So they were rejected, but they've also had to drop down to 3 gigawatts from 5 gigawatts because the surface acreage on that won't equate to the amount of water they can get out of the ground. But that's the maximum amount they can pump out, which is going to be millions of gallons a day. I'm just going to tell you, it's going to be well over 1 million gallons a day at least, because gas plants require a lot of water. And so they're going to be pumping those 5 wells to the max. They're not showing on their plan anything on water treatment systems, which use a lot of water. And, you know, the cheapest thing, I've said this before to you guys, the cheapest thing on a utility is water. Costs them 3 to 5 cents a gallon to make ultra pure water. And they can waste it all day long for the amount of money they're making off of projects. There's going to be a lot of air pollution that may also affect us. I urge you guys to look on this development plan on this, that you also look at decommissioning, maybe be able to fund decommissioning, and please do not give them a tax abatement. It's not worth it for what they're offering. Thank you guys for your time.
The next speaker is Diane Henderson.
Good morning. My name is Diane Henderson. I live out in Acton. I don't really have any skin in the game with these ranchers, but I certainly sympathize with them. I've been losing sleep over this. I called a friend of mine who's a water rights lawyer, and he told me the first thing we should do is call the Brazos River Authority. So I did. I called and spoke to a woman named Judy Pierce. She's the public information officer. She told me that they contract their water out, and she said, we have not had anyone from data centers come up to the BRA requesting any water. And she said, we don't have any water. She goes, we are all contracted out. We don't have the water. And, you know, they come to Texas and Virginia because of the tax abatements. So I really want y'all to think about that. My friend said the first thing you need to do is go to the root. He goes, go to the water authority, ask them what they're doing. I have this woman's name. Her name is Judy Pierce. And if anybody wants to call her, she said she'd be happy to give you more information. So I don't want to keep up much of your time either, but I want to read this post that I got on social media from Chris Trezano. And he writes, in November of 2021, our family moved to our dream home in Savoy, Texas. Savoy, Texas, for anybody that doesn't know, is in far west Texas. She said, on our 37 acres, we raise longhorn cattle. She goes on to describe all that. During this same time, the Fannin County Commissioners Court awarded a tax abatement to a battery energy storage system known as BESS, essentially rolling out the red carpet to the developers over the past 9 months. We have watched NG plant BESS strip the land of all the green. We have watched the NG Platinum's BESS strip the land of green grass, rolling pastures. The agricultural landscape has been replaced by 280 20-foot shipping containers and massive mounds of dirt, changing our community forever. We used to enjoy Sunday mornings listening to the quietness of the country. Today, this sweet Cardinal family that called our pasture home has moved on. Our honey beehives have been lost to the industrial disruption. The sounds of nature have been replaced by persistent, high-pitched mechanical hum from the cooling fans. It never ceases. ENGIE claims its technology is reliable, yet we consistently see best facilities worldwide enter the thermal runway. Fires that cannot easily be extinguished, requiring millions of gallons of water to just keep adjacent units cool, while toxic plumes fill the sky. We are now forced to worry about things we never imagined. Will a fire contaminate our soil? What will the air quality be for our family? How will it affect the vulnerable, most precious populations? A forever home is more than a house, it's an environment. Because our environment has become hostile to the creatures we love and the peace we sought is no longer the sanctuary we built. By choosing to move, we are not giving up, but reclaiming our right to a life that isn't under constant threat. So our area is a treasure, and I just beg y'all to do the right thing. Thank you.
The next speaker is Adam Friedman.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. It's good to be back in Hood County. You may remember I was here a couple of years ago. We were working through the exact same development regulations and Chapter 231 of the Local Government Code. I was here on behalf of a landowner here in Hood County. And this time I'm back, of course, with a much, much larger industrial project and on behalf of dozens, if not more, families and landowners here in Hood County and Somerville County. The message is really the same, and that is to impress upon you all that the county has special and unique regulating authority under Chapter 231. That is what we are here to talk about. Now, the landowners were pretty comfortable and pleased with the decision that was made on January 13th. I think what you're hearing and what I believe is that the concept plan should be disapproved. However, it was applauded and appreciated that at least the county was holding Sailfish to the regs and making them submit the necessary information just to make the concept plan complete. And that was appreciated. And you even had the Sailfish in here talking about how they were going to handle the construction phase and that they're going to go and do the permitting process at the groundwater district, which I represent a lot of groundwater districts. I assure you that those permits are far from a certainty. And then 2 weeks later, yesterday, the court receives a letter from Sailfish saying, you know what? You don't have the authority to make us give you anything else. And even if you did, sorry, you missed your 10-day deadline. That permit, that concept plan was approved on January 3rd, and there's nothing the county court can do about it. That was the letter. And if you don't reflect that in the records, we're going to sue you, and your taxpayers are going to pay for it. Now, I've been interacting with Sailfish for all of about 18 hours now. And I already know that that change of course is nothing to be surprised about. And Sailfish has a decision to make. They can provide the information that the county has requested, so you guys can do your duty and make sure that the criteria under subsection F are met, or they can sue you guys. And if they want to pay their big firm lawyers to sue the county in Hood County District Court and take on the almighty Matt Mills, who Sailfish has continuously praised for his work in my previous case, they can do that. If they want to go in there and argue that this concept plan and this development is subject to the subdivision plat rules under Chapter 232, they can do that. And we will be there supporting the county, defending that decision that this project is subject to Chapter 231. And I think the court agrees. because otherwise you wouldn't have issued that conditional approval. Now, if you look at Chapter 231, it's very clear. This was unique authority that likely a local state rep or senator championed for this community because of Lake Granbury and the Brazos River. And it's not limited to protecting the watershed. I know a few of you thought that a couple of years ago, that it had to be tied to the watershed. But if you read the way that statute is written, it is because of the draw of that water that brings people here and why development is needed. But at a bare minimum, it certainly includes the regulating authority to protect from drainage. And that is all that is before you today. Condition number 18. Whether you want to call it preliminary, comprehensive, it is a drainage plan that has to show enough information for you to know what is the watershed size, how many acres, what is the flow, are those detention ponds meaningful? There's no way to know that, and that is what the decision is about today. Have they even submitted a sufficient, complete concept plan? Now, again, I think the court agrees they have not. I think the court agrees you have the authority to require more. And that's when Sailfish says, well, if that's true, you needed to tell us within 10 business days. That's under the subdivision rules, Section 2 of the development rules. Entirely different section, which, by the way, has a 30-day requirement rule in it for subdivision plats like the statute requires. Section 1 rules under Chapter 231, which have been on the books for however so long, decades probably, doesn't have a deadline. That's because you guys have special authority to regulate development for industrial purposes in the entire unincorporated area of the county, not in these districts. Those have different special requirements. And there's no deadline, so the landowners they're not going to back down. They're going to be here, whether it's in district court, at the groundwater district, at the TCEQ. This is their livelihood. This is not NIMBYism. This isn't a political game like Sailfish wants to pretend. This is about their lives. They're not going anywhere. And they're asking respectfully, stand by your decision and, frankly, disapprove the plan. Let them resubmit a new one. Or, at worst, stand by the decision of conditional approval that does not give them the right to move forward unless they give you the information that is required as a bare minimum. I'll be here for any questions. You know, it's hard to fit all this into 5 or 6 minutes. I'm here for questions. I encourage you, talk to Ms. Fernandez in executive session, ask her these questions, but you have the authority to do this and protect the community and implement that moratorium to get the rules on the books that you need to make sure that everything is protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jim Bell.
Is this on? Okay. Thank you for letting me speak. My name's Jim Bell. I live at 2503 Pebble Drive in Granbury. I have not gotten a chance to read Sailfish's response, but this guy, Ryan Hughes, he's been trolling through social media in all of our local groups as an anonymous commenter. And I wound up cornering him because the only thing he wanted to talk about was the development. All the time, all he's doing is trying to champion property rights. To my knowledge, he hasn't closed on the property yet. He doesn't have any property to have rights over yet. But I notice, I was here on the meeting when the lawyer was on a Zoom call, and she advised the court to conditionally accept this concept plan, which I'm sure is nothing but a rough draft of his intentions and everything, but it doesn't represent the scope of what the money he's talking about when he does these anonymous posts would actually represent. What he has planned, this is just a piece of that. I have no idea what to expect, but I know that I don't trust it. And when it comes time for you guys to talk about a moratorium, I found out that these data centers, they don't fall into the industrial category. They're technology, and they have a higher priority in the permitting process. So if you're going to enact a moratorium, please do not just call it an industrial moratorium. Include technology, industrial and technology in your wording, so as not to create a loophole big enough for them to just pass through. Because that is exactly what I think they want to do.
The next speaker is Judy Hatch.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. I wasn't going to speak today, but I got woke up at 4 a.m. this morning by Bitcoin. The noise pollution coming out of that is unbelievable. My husband's a sound engineer, and we have two choices. We can either flee or we can soundproof our house. Right now, we're thinking about soundproofing our house because the noise coming from these data centers is not going to go away. I'm asking you guys to slow it down a little bit. I'm against them, but we have to do this right. We don't get any do-overs, okay? So you better look at all the aspects of what's going on here. I was elected in the early 2000s to a water board in the state of California because there was an 8,000 acre feet land grab or water grab going on. The people of the valley were so mad, they kicked out 3 people on the board and voted in new. We did it fair and equitable. And that's what we have to look at here is fairness and equitably. Because what's happening here is they're pushing these through too fast. We haven't got time to even think about what we're doing. I'm asking you to slow it down. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mr. Ryan Hughes.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Good morning. I'm Ryan Hughes, managing partner of Sailfish Investors and the developer of Comanche Circle. I want to address the shot clock regulations. Under Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 232 and HB 3167, a county is required to act on a completed application within 30 days. The legislature passed HB 3167 for this specific purpose, to stop local governments from using loopholes and indefinite delays to infringe on property rights. Sailfish Investors submitted a fully compliant application on December 3rd. Because the county did not act by January 2nd, the concept plan was legally deemed approved by operation of law. I am not finding a loophole here. The county is trying to reopen a loophole the state already closed. However, I'm not here today just to rest on technicalities. I need to address the reality of the situation in Hood County and why I am not standing at that podium in person. I have handled this process differently than most developers. I haven't hidden. I've attended workshops, stood in this court, and been transparent on social media. I believe the public deserves to hear directly from the developer. But leaving the last Commissioners Court meeting, I was confronted in the lobby by a woman waiting for me. She approached and asked if I was the only person running Sailfish. When I confirmed I was, she said something chilling. So if you were to disappear, Comanche Circle dies, right? I was stunned. This is a stranger face to face, threatening the life of a father or two because she dislikes my real estate development. I immediately sought the help of the sheriff. Fortunately, the department acted quickly and reviewed camera footage, and we've identified the individual, a resident of Pecan Plantation. On the advice of the authorities, I am not physically present today. However, once the investigation concludes and I determine if I'm going to press charges, I will return to Hood County. I have a data center to build. I tell this story to illustrate a simple principle. There are consequences to breaking the rules. Society breaks down when one person's rights infringe on another's. The data center debate follows the same principle. I am not asking for special treatment. I am adhering to the strict regulatory frameworks at every level. First, on groundwater, I will not use more than the amount the Upper Trinity Groundwater Conservation District permits. I am bound by their rules. If I exceed that permit, I lose the permit. Second, on air and water, I must get the requisite approvals for both emissions and wastewater treatment from the TCEQ. If I don't get those permits from the state, I literally cannot build that infrastructure. Third, drainage. I acknowledge that Hood County has jurisdiction over drainage. I agree with that. That is why I will be submitting a comprehensive drainage plan as required in the site development plan process. We aren't asking to skip a step. We are asking the county to stop rewriting the steps in the middle of the game. When the developer follows the written steps, the county has a duty to approve the project. The Commissioner's Court knows this very well because, as Adam Friedman mentioned, they argued this exact point just 2 years ago. In late 2023, in Dunn versus Hood County, this court was sued by residents opposing an RV park. Your county attorney, Matt Mills, mounted a brilliant defense. He argued, and Mr. Friedman, it wasn't just him who argued it, a judge agreed, on two critical points that apply today. First, the approval process is ministerial. Mr. Mills cited the Texas Supreme Court, arguing that if a plan meets the listed criteria, the court has a non-discretionary duty to approve it. In the RV park case, the plan met the 16 required items for a site development plan. That same logic applies to us. Section 4.2D of your regulation lists 20 criteria for a concept plan. We submitted all 20. Had we not submitted all 20, we would have received a letter from Clint Head saying one of the 20 items was missing. Because our plan is conforming, by your own definitions, you have a non-discretionary duty to approve it. Second, and this is important not only for my project, but for Hood County regulations going forward. Matt Mills argued the limits of your authority. The county correctly argued that even though you have Chapter 231, Subchapter K, the only regulations that you may enforce have to be tied to watershed statutes and have to explicitly protect, have to be designed to explicitly protect the watershed. For instance, nothing in Chapter 231, Subchapter K mentions rural character and the ability of the county to enforce rural character on private landowners. Thus, Mr. Mills, defending this very Commissioner's Court, argued that such regulations are void and unenforceable. You won that lawsuit.
Mr. Hughes, your time is up. Time is up.
Okay, one guy went long, but so let me say this. I'm not asking to evade the rules. I'm just asking you to follow them, just like I'm following the rules of the Groundwater District and the TCEQ. Validate your own legal arguments and approve this plan. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mark Lowry.
Judge, Commissioners, my name is Mark Lowry, 3712 Lonesome Creek Road. I have to respond to the last gentleman real quick. There is no room in this county for anybody threatening or even making accusations that put someone in the concern for harm's way. But Texas Code 22.07 is a very high bar to reach when it comes to terroristic threats, and that's what this would qualify for. So I caution our county not to pursue a charge of that manner It's unfortunate something was said, but it is a very high bar to, I investigate those cases quite frequently in the state of Texas. I want to thank the Development Commission the other night. They, under Ms. Leftwich's supervision, they did an excellent job. They actually had a government meeting that the way the government should work. Feedback back and forth, listened. Thank you, Ms. Leftwich. We're in a game of life here. I don't want to use the word chess game, but it's a game of life similar to chess. Once you start the game, every move has to be strategized, has to be thought through. I wish you would not have approved the concept plans, because now the chess game is in motion. We do not know what the long-term impact is to our county, to our citizens, and to our livestock in our land. We do not know that. I would venture to say this has brought the community together at a 90 to 10%. 90% doesn't want this in the community. People have lived here for generations. Their land's going to be severely damaged over this. This is an opportunity for you guys, the commissioners here, to step up and support your community. Support the people that voted you to put in these strategic positions, these valuable positions to oversee the county and our citizens. Judge, the letter you wrote, and we'll talk about it to the next one also, it says, a transformational economic development, keyword transformational, opportunity for Hood County, but also the foundation of a long-term partnership. That means more of this. And it says, aligned with our commitment to responsible growth, that well-being, and the well-being of our residents. Well, I don't know how you come up with the well-being of the residents, but anyway. I just want to close on this. I'm against it. 90%, I would say, the community is against this stuff. They're going to keep coming up. They're going to keep talking to you. Commissioner Wilson, in your prayer this morning for all of us, you mentioned emotional. Don't let emotions play into this. Ladies and gentlemen, tell that to the families that are impacted their lives. It's going to either ruin the value of their home, it can potentially cause them long-term health issues, not just with their lives, but long-term health issues. You know, you're all Texans. I'm not. I moved here because I wanted to be here. At the Alamo, do you think Travis, Crockett, Robert County, Campbell, and Bowie said, you know, we're going to lose this thing. Let's just get out of here. Let's just turn it over. No, they dug in and they fought. I say in Hood County, it doesn't compare to their life, but it does compare. You guys got to stand up as Texans and say, not in Hood County. We're not going to have this in our county. We're not going to potentially harm our residents and our land with this stuff. Stand up and vote for your citizens. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ron Sutton.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I appreciate the attention that you're giving to every speaker today, and every speaker has been speaking from their heart. I believe that. The citizens of this county are united because it's an important factor facing every citizen. It doesn't matter which precinct they live in, and I believe the citizens are looking to the Commissioner's Court to make the right decision on this, to protect their quality of life. Everyone on the court has sworn to uphold the Constitution of the United States and Texas. And part of that is protecting our liberty and the pursuit of life. We implore you to do that. I know that each of you know that we're not categorically against data centers. I'm wearing a tag that says no data centers, but this county would be against any other predator industry or technology that would harm our natural resources, pollute them, and the quality of life that we hold so dear here. I believe there's one thing that everyone in this room would agree to. No one wants a data center next to them. It's obvious. No one would want that. And I guarantee you, data centers will become obsolete. And these data centers will not leave Hood County better than they found it. Thank you.
The next speaker is Dan Falber. Or is it Pam Falber? 2560 Meadow Road. Yes. One more time. Pam Falber, F-A-U-B-E-R. If not, I guess that's, I'm sorry? What did she say? Oh. It is Dan then, isn't it? Well, we'll give him 1 minute to come here. He's the last speaker. Right on time, Dan.
Has everybody been to Granbury Live? So you know this is almost the same as when someone leaves to go to the restroom at Granbury Live.
Thank you very much for waiting on me. I want to state that I'm a 30-year resident, Hood County, 2560 Meadowwood Road, representing Protect Granbury, protecthometown.granbury.org. One of the many organizations that are concerned about these projects. I want to simply request that you do not provide tax abatements for this project, because I'm concerned that Hood County's cost will be immediate and payout will be heavily deferred. Tax abatements will end when the project is heavily depreciated and reducing the income the county could get, and you will have cost of transportation projects, road maintenance that will occur before you collect any taxes on the project. The impacts of the project will be far greater than the affected landowners. They will include Granbury, Toller, Glen Rose. I asked a relative in Abilene what were their impressions of the Stargate project in Abilene, and if I could read his response. He said, I'm aware there are about 7,000 workers at the Stargate plant, but these are temporary workers. Probably only 200 workers will be needed permanently. I'm thinking in 7 to 10 years, all these temps will be gone. The city has approved the world's largest trailer park with over 1,900 spaces on a scale of 10 trailers per acre. There is also a 900-unit park close to approval and dozens of smaller trailer parks. All current trailer parks are full. House owners are renting each bedroom for $1,100 to $1,300 each. Pickup trucks everywhere, hundreds of huge dump trucks line the highway. Lots of traffic everywhere, but especially close to the work site. They're building a 5,000-acre solar farm and 3 giant transmission lines in the process of approval. These are much larger than the lines currently in place. Hotels are full. These are temporary people who are not here to contribute to the community like service projects. Not sure they could ever be found to pay property taxes. The projects get big property tax abatements. Not sure there's any real benefit to Abilene other than more congestion and a lot of fast drivers. Might be good if you own a hotel or grocery store. Doubt they use many other services like cleaners or churches. Probably good if you own a caliche mine or porta potty business or sell trailers. Hood County's impact and the impact to the surrounding cities will be immediate and not deferred when tax abatements end. And when tax abatements end, the value of the project has been depreciated and the county doesn't receive full value. Thank you.
Christine, that's the last speaker, correct?
Yeah, that was the last speaker.
Rest of item number 1, does any commissioner want to convene into executive session?
She's joined again, so I think she's probably available.
He's probably available now. So at this time at 10:18, the Commissioner Court is going to convene into executive session to speak with our attorney, Blakely Fernandez. So we do stand adjourned at this time. Thank you.
Lots of stuff. Lots of stuff.
You got the four speakers. Okay.
Yeah, it's not a question what they do with them, it's a question where you put them, right?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at 11:30, we are reconvening back into Commissioners Court. No action was taken in executive session. And does any commissioner wish to state anything further?
Yes, yes, sir. So I need to get this on the record. Texas Health and Safety Code, Chapter 121.003, subsection A states, the Commissioners Court of a county may enforce any law that is reasonably necessary to protect the human health. Any law. Texas Local Government Code, subchapter K, which we've talked about ad nauseum the last few weeks, 231.221A, legislative findings purpose. The Texas and I'm going to be specific. The Texas legislature finds that, subsection 4, without adequate development regulations, the area and the watershed will be developed in ways that endanger and interfere with the proper use of that area as a place of recreation to the detriment of the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. And I tie that back to 121 that says the Commissioners Court of a county may enforce any law that is reasonably necessary to protect the human health, which that's the issue, one of them. Subsection B, the powers granted under this subsection, which is K, for the purpose of, one, promoting the public health. Wow, that's coming back in here again, isn't it? The public health, safety, peace, morals, and general welfare. And subsection 3, safeguarding and preventing the pollution of the state's rivers and lakes. That's right there in that subsection K. And it applies to all unincorporated areas of the county. Now, you remember when COVID hit and everything got shut down according to 418 of the Health and Safety Code? And I kind of got mad at Abbott over that one because he just kept on. And we thought it was going to take a couple of weeks, and it went on for months, right? Remember that? So there is some teeth in some of these laws to protect the public health, which is what the pretext or the reason was. When we look back, it was pretext under 418. Sorry, I had to throw that in. But we've also got a conflict of laws provision in 231 in subchapter K. It says it controls if a development regulation under that subchapter imposes higher standards. Hood County Development Regulation Section 5.4 says no office exceeding 1,000 square feet or industrial use of any size shall be located within a water quality district unless the use is served by both centralized water and wastewater systems. And I go back to the purpose this is legislative findings in subchapter K. The legislature finds that all of Hood County is located within the watershed that drains into Lake Granbury and the Brazos River. It doesn't carve out a water quality district like we have in our regulations. Therefore, in my opinion, subsection K trumps that regulation in our regs. And to address what the lawyer that was on the, not the lawyer, I don't think he's the advocate on the phone a little while ago, I don't think 232 applies to this situation at all. Because once again, chapter K, it controls. And I agree with the lawyer sitting right over there that spoke a little while ago. So I could go on and on about this. We got a lot of stuff to do today. But no matter where they want to place their industrial data center, and I'm talking about the one we're looking at right now, Comanche Circle, Sailfish, they need to provide plans for centralized water and centralized wastewater, and this they have not done in any way, form, or fashion. Therefore, their concept plan that they turned in is inadequate. And I'm going back because I was a 1-no vote against it, so I'm going to go back to it because I'd like another opportunity to say that I would make a motion that we withdraw the approval of that concept plan because it wasn't adequate. And I got a second part to this motion. Under Article 9, Section 9.2 to be exact, because we've already been threatened that they're going to do it anyway. At the request of the Commissioner's Court, the county attorney or other prosecuting attorney for the county may file an action in court of competent jurisdiction to enjoin the violation or threaten violation of a requirement established by or adopted by the Commissioner's Court under these regs. So that's a two-part motion. A, that we withdraw our approval of their concept plan.
Approval.
I'm sorry?
Conditional approval.
We withdraw our conditional approval and deny it altogether. I'll start with that. That's my first motion.
Second.
Second. Our motion is made by Commissioner Eagle to withdraw the conditional approval of the concept plan for Comanche Circle. Second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I would like to say 5.4, they're putting centralized water and wastewater on it. That's part of the plan. This.
Don't have a method of getting the water. They haven't shown that they have a method to get the water. So how can they demonstrate to the Development Commission or to us, the Development Director, that they have a method to create a centralized water? They haven't made any application to any water source to create it.
But all the
and it says is served. It doesn't say shall be served. Our regulations say is served.
I like that our attorney advises to do the conditional approval rather than the deny because of legal ramifications of this. That's my concern. The conditions that we put on there concern that. They have a mountain like I was talking to Mr. Irwin, I think, about this deal. The conditions subject to the approval are significant. About the water, you agree with that, Mr. Irwin? It's very significant. Drainage, everything else that's on the deal. I think we need to leave it the way it is.
I'm concerned. I mean, it's to say that we take a position that has time and time again been shot down by the Attorney General or precedents in developing this and say, okay, let's just go to court and let the court decide on these things that are
specious that I don't think that that is a good move for the county. It talks about, in a potential takings case, us losing governmental immunity, sovereign immunity, and that means that the county's on hook for an unlimited dollar. It's no longer just the $200,000 or whatever, and this is a very real consequence that we may be facing for our taxpayers. Over and over, rulings have leaned toward the developer. The state has intentionally taken most of the development oversight upon themselves, upon the state. The county has a very limited role in this, and I think that we have to follow the law. I'm concerned that the flippant answer is just throw it out there and let them sue us. I'm very concerned with that approach. I think that the counsel we got is to do some amendment on the conditional approval and go ahead and try to mold the protections out of subsection K that we can. And another point here is, in order to deny, we have to specifically go in and cite. And it's basically semantics. If we deny this thing and specifically cite what statutes, what provisions we're denying under, if they remedy those, the denial goes away. There is no denial as far as a county is concerned. So
this isn't a flippant response. We've been, and you know, that everyone on this court has been going through this, digging into these regulations. We have a development commission that's digging into them. We've had our county attorney, the attorney that we have engaged, the attorney general opinions, none of them have been related to subchapter K of 231 that pertains directly to Hood County. So there have been no attorney general opinions that have stated that. That is my position, is that we are wading in territory that we need expert opinion on. And can you please repeat your second part of your motion?
I'm sorry?
Could you repeat the second part of your motion just to make sure that I'm clear?
Well, the second part's contingent on the first part, really. So if the first part fails, then the second part doesn't make any difference. Second part's to enjoin any action by Sailfish if we withdraw until we get our hands around what's going on. This is a statewide, this is a nationwide deal. We're not talking about an RV park at the end of somebody's road down in a little area of the county. This is a magnitude that is beyond our comprehension right now, in my opinion.
Right.
And for us to jump in here, now maybe the conditional way, if that's the way the court votes, then that's a shot at it. And I've heard discussion about getting a declaratory judgment to determine what the rights and privileges as far as our regs are concerned, which we're working on. But their concept plan did not meet the proper requirements under subsection K. It's that simple. And so that was my motion.
I wanted to say this, and Commissioner Eagle reminded me, let's just wrap your head around how big this is, okay? 2,600 acres is bigger than Lockheed Martin and the Joint Reserve Base Fort Worth together. The Joint Reserve Base Fort Worth and Lockheed Martin footprint in acreage is 2,400 acres. NASA in Houston is 1,800 acres. So that's how big this is. We are required by Chapter 231, Subchapter K, to protect the watershed, to protect the rural nature of this county. this isn't like another Walmart or another car dealership or another sand and gravel pit or even, another, Hulen Mall is 14 acres. So this is like multiple Hulen Malls. Dallas Cowboy Stadium, AT&T Stadium, with all the parking lots, is 140 acres. This is exponentially larger than that. So that's why I have decided that it's time to get a ruling on what, instead of us guessing, this lawyer says this lawyer says this. We have to know. We can't go forward until we know.
Would you come up here? What we have decided based upon was the conditional approval with a list of things that they have to provide, with probably adding a couple more regarding water and drainage on the deal. In your opinion, is that the better way to handle this than just outright denying the concept?
Well, and one of the concerns is denial has to specify, the reasons. So I think it may work similar to the conditional approval, but when it gets to court, if it gets to court, they're going to say you just moved the goalpost after what you voted 2 weeks ago, obviously, and made it even more difficult and more unsteady as far as what are you even demanding of us in the first place, right? So it might make your position more difficult, I would think, to defend in court.
Well, it puts a burden back on the court to come back and tell us all the specific areas as to why you deny that.
Right.
I mean, that's where you
Right.
don't have that. And to remedy what we put into the conditional approval is a lot.
Right.
A whole lot.
And a lot of it, of course, is not even in your hands. I mean, if they go to Upper Trinity and they have a crowd of people at Upper Trinity and Upper Trinity doesn't, give them a permit for drilling any wells, then it dies right there, or TCEQ or whatever. So it may die somewhere else theoretically and not in your court.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So having said all of that, the conditional approval meets all of that with a lot less risk, let's say, or a lot less exposure to the county. Would you agree with that?
I would say there's less. I mean, I think just thinking about it in terms of getting sued, I think the conditional approval is a better way than a straight up denial, particularly when we've already done the conditional approval and now we're making it theoretically more stringent 2 weeks later, I would think.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything else?
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. And there are additional hurdles ahead. There are TCEQ approvals, EPA approvals, comprehensive drainage studies from engineers. There are many more technical steps that will have to be addressed before this thing can come to fruition. And I think that by modifying the conditions that we spoke about back here, to modify these conditions a little bit and require additional things, there's the 20 steps that we put in our development regulations for a concept plan were met. I believe that we met these things. There is some back and forth. There's some this says something a little bit differently over here. But I believe in good faith that the 20 conditions were met in the concept plan. So.
Find the information. We're asking for them to complete their concept plan.
Right, and that's what the conditional approval is. And again, what is the difference between a conditional approval and denial?
You're saying it was already met. So if it's already met, why did you do all these conditional approvals? It wasn't met because all of these things had to be shown.
The comprehensive drainage study is not listed in those 20 things. It's later whenever we're talking about a site development plan, and then it says the comprehensive drainage study that was imposed during the concept plan. It's not listed there. It's referenced somewhere else, and it's a contradiction in the regulations. However, we did put that in the condition of approval, is to have that step included before we go to the next step with the site development plan.
All of the things under we have a motion on the table in a second, so I guess I'll
Okay, let's go.
Any.
All those in favor of the motion say yay.
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 All those opposed to the motion say nay.
Aye.
Nay?
Nay.
Okay, motion fails 3-2.
So we are waiting on some verbiage from our attorney to modify the conditional approval. So I would like to just move to table this until we get the language from our attorney.
I agree. Is that a motion to table?
Yes, sir.
All right, motion to table.
Second.
Motion to table by Commissioner Andrews, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say nay.
Nay.
Motion carries 3-2. All right, this brings us to item number 2. And it says, convene into executive session pursuant to Government Code 551.071 to discuss Subchapter K and pending order for industrial development moratorium. We got 4 speakers signed up to speak. We're going to take those first. Mr. Adam Friedman, you're the first speaker.
Thank you, Judge. Obviously, I won't rehash item 1, but I just wanted to comment on the moratorium in this discussion about what is the lesser of 2 evils for the county in the courtroom. You know, whether or not it's, I mean, you've already got a letter from Sailfish telling you the conditional approval is illegal, that you are not allowed to do that. So they're going to sue you whether you stick by that, or they're going to sue you whether you say, hey, we're going to do this under Chapter 232 where we have no deadlines, and we're going to disapprove and let you resubmit. Now, which one is easier for the court to defend? I think either of those, because we're under Chapter 231. However, this conditional approval, the comment you made about the takings and that exposure, that conditional approval increases the likelihood of exposure to the county tenfold, because that approval is giving them this vested right that everybody keeps talking about. That's going to give their foot in the door, regardless of whether it gets stopped by the moratorium or whether it's a subsequent decision. So I would tell you that either the conditional approval or the withdrawal of that approval and disapproval is equally defensible. I understand Mr. Mills' point. I get it. I think it's splitting hairs. It's the conditional approval that's going to cause you problems down the road if anything else happens. And with that, the relevance of that is the moratorium, which is, I think it's got to happen for all the reasons Commissioner Eagles talked about, and the size that you're talking about. You know, that's exactly why that drainage plan, whether it's preliminary or comprehensive, it's got to tell you what is the size of the acreage that is going to funnel water through that property. That is not on that drainage plan. And it doesn't matter whether it's considered comprehensive or the rule says preliminary. That is in the rule. Number 18, that's what's not met amongst all the other things that you guys may have found that that plan doesn't, the concept plan doesn't meet. So I just would add that, you know, of course, the landowners are strongly encouraging a disapproval, and a conditional approval is fine. I think either one of those, as Mr. Hughes has made very clear, are unacceptable. In his opinion, this was moot. This was approved on January 2nd because they coincidentally filed their application on December 3rd to let it run over the holidays. So I think that that is a prudent path forward. You got to listen to Ms. Fernandez. She's your counsel. But the moratorium is imperative, and if you allow this conditional approval, it's going to cause you more problems down the road.
is Jim Bell.
Okay. Thanks for letting me speak. At the risk of being repetitious and redundant, this recommended moratorium, I don't think it can be effective if you don't include the word technology in that description. I know I mentioned that earlier and everything, but I really don't want to see them slip through a big loophole here, and it looks like they're going to try and do that anyway. They've got their mindset on paying attention to statutes other than what you want to use. So just want to make sure that whatever you do, it's airtight. And it doesn't look like we're headed that direction.
The next speaker is Ryan Hughes. Are you on, Mr. Hughes?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to address a couple things that, Adam Friedman mentioned earlier. He made the contention that this is going to end in a lawsuit no matter what, that I'm going to sue over the conditional approval, just like I was sued over denial. The reason that I invoked the legitimate shot clock provision is to avoid just that. I don't want to sue anybody. I am not a litigious person. But when you're pushed and you receive conditions which are subjective, which the county just 2 years ago acknowledged are unenforceable and null and void, you have to use your rights as you see fit. And that's why I invoked the shot clock clause. I didn't submit on December 3rd because of the holidays. Obviously, I didn't even think about that. I tried to submit before Thanksgiving, and guess what? Clint replied, and Clint said, these are the items that are missing. Here are the 20 items you need to fulfill. These are the items that are missing. So between, call it November 25th and December 3rd, I was working on making sure that what I sent to Clint was a complete plan. And he confirmed it was a complete concept plan because he didn't send me a notice within 10 business days that it was incomplete. And so, with all this, just to, to continue on, this is not me getting a concept plan approval or conditional approval and breaking ground tomorrow to build whatever I want. There are steps in place. You guys already have some of the tools that you're requiring in these conditions. For instance, the comprehensive drainage study belongs in the site development plan process. I'm not saying I am not going to submit a comprehensive drainage study. I will submit a comprehensive drainage study. I will submit that at the stage that every other developer was required to submit it. And then as it relates to emissions and wastewater and water, all I'm doing is following the regulations. I'm not asking for a single waiver, a single exception, anything like that. So if I follow the regulations in place and I'm a private landowner and there is no zoning authority within Hood County, I deserve the right to build my project. Just like anybody in Hood County or Somerville County deserves the right to build a house as they see fit on their land. And so, what I would leave the county with is the 2023 case that Adam Friedman lost to Matt Mills
is eerily similar. That case invoked Chapter 231, Subchapter K. It said to many of these same commissioners and to the judge, you guys did not enforce the rules. And when the county was pushed, when the commissioner court's back was against the wall as they were getting sued, what did they do? They didn't double down and say, you know what, we agree, Subchapter K gives us a lot of authority. They took the opposite approach. They said, Subchapter K is actually a very limited subchapter. Anything in the county regulations that does not focus on protecting the watershed explicitly should be considered unenforceable and void. If this were to end up in a court, which I'm trying to ensure that it doesn't, the legal defense for the county would be very difficult to make because of something called judicial estoppel. Because the county, to defend themselves 2 years ago, or 2.5 years ago, said these regulations should be null and void, or many of these regulations should be null and void. So the county can't, in good faith, go back to that same judge and say, actually, we changed our mind. We want to enforce the regulations. You made the right decision in 2023. The law hasn't changed today. All I'm asking you is to continue and please follow the law going forward and give me the same protections that every other landowner is given. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker and the last speaker is Ron Sutton.
Judge and commissioners, is Brian still on the call?
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay, good. You know, I do not believe that he understands the intent of our Texas legislature in 1999 that gives special powers to the Commissioner's Court to protect our county. I do not believe that if he met every requirement that was set forth by this court, he doesn't understand that we still do not want any industry or technology in our county that pollutes and plunders our natural resources and takes our farm and ranch land forever. It can never go back. We have such precious geological and historical tracts in the Biloxi River. Pollution will deteriorate that historical and geological treasure. You know, that great philosopher, Lyle Lovett, says, you may not be from Texas, but Texas loves you anyway. That does not apply to technologies or industries that will harm our county, our citizens' health, the property value. We just need to push back and vote to oppose any such development in our county. Thank you.
Is that the last speaker? I've just got I can't sit back here and listen about this Dunn case anymore without making a comment. The Dunn case is absolutely not on point. Absolutely not. And it's not precedent. It's not stare decisis. It's maybe persuasive, but it doesn't apply to the facts in this case. Now, if you want to simplify the argument and make that argument, you can, but you're probably not going to let that fly. That's not going to fly in front of a district judge. So I just want to make that point that that case is opposite to this case and has no bearing at all in a legal way.
Brings us to item number 2. convene into executive session pursuant to Government Code 551.071 to discuss subchapter K and pending order for industrial development moratorium. So at this time, at 5 minutes after high noon, we are convening into executive session. And the rest of this, if you can see on this the special called meeting, nobody has signed up for it. It has just, it's regular Commissioner Court building. So if you want to go out and grab a bite to eat, because we are as soon as we come back on this, we're proceeding back into the regular Commissioners Court, which will schedule for Tuesday, but was, of course, postponed until today due to the emergency storm weather that we did have, the ice storm, okay? So you can do what you'd like, but at this time, we are convened into executive session. Thank you. was taken. And does any commissioner wish to make any statement? Anybody?
Clarify that the hearing for the moratorium is scheduled for February 10th. So that's not, the agenda states today is just to discuss what the moratorium would include, the details, things like that with the attorney. But today is not the vote. The vote is after the hearing on February the 10th, as posted in the newspaper.
So we plan on seeing all of you back here for February the 10th. Okay. So, all right. So this brings us to item number 3. Discuss and take appropriate action to request purchasing to publish RFQ 2026-09 for water and civil engineering service. Mr. Glenn Tillman, what do you got there, buddy?
Actually, this is Commissioner Samuelson's.
Okay, Mr. Commissioner Samuelson.
Item.
Go ahead. You want to talk? Well, this is along with all the development that's coming into the county and the questions that we have on all of these development plans and concept plans. It was suggested that we get some civil engineering expertise.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I put it on the agenda.
Okay, so I'll work with you on the scope and the details on
It
this.
could be that we already have people
We
that are.
have plan review, and I know that Kimley Horn does that, and we have them under plan review, correct? Is this a step that we need to do, or?
It was pretty broad.
So
I'd have to read the contract. I would think I think it would be under that, but I'd have to read the contract again.
If you do, fine. If not, we'll put it out for that. Let's vote on it to do it.
Okay. Well,
Just along here. We'll
Okay,
be here
so,
till midnight. Okay?
So move that we request purchasing to publish RFQ 2026-09 for water or civil engineering services.
Motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to request purchasing to publish an RFQ for water and civil engineering services, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Item number 4, discuss and take appropriate action to direct purchasing to go out for an RFQ 2026-06 engineering design service for transportation bond projects. What do you mean by that, Commissioner?
This is, do you want to go ahead?
So I've been working with innovative transportation consultants this week to put together an RFQ for the transportation bond projects. Starting with these 9 is what they presented to me. The RFQ will be evaluated by 2 employees of TxDOT and 1 county employee official, whoever y'all decide to do for that. So this is for the engineering, basically.
Yeah. Do I hear a motion?
Yes.
Move that we direct purchasing to go out for RFQ 2026-6-06 for other engineering design services for transportation bond projects.
Second.
Okay, a motion been made by Commissioner Wilson to direct purchasing to go out for an RFQ for engineering design services for transportation bond projects, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
5th, discuss and take appropriate action to engage legal services for development regulation modifications. May convene into executive session pursuant to Government Code 551.071.
So I have handed out the bio of an attorney that may be able to help us, but with the delays, with the snow days, wasn't able to get it from the attorney or to the rest of the commissioners court, really to give them a chance to look at it. So I'm going to move to table this.
A motion made by Commissioner Samuelson to table item number 5 regarding the legal services. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second made by Commissioner Eagle. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. And with that, that concludes the docket for the special called meeting. And now we're getting ready to go into the regular Commissioners Court meeting. And I'm so glad that we have with us today Kim Irwin to give us the invocation. Ms. Irwin, please.
Would you please pray with me? We thank you, Almighty Lord God, for this day that you've given us, for the sunshine to melt the ice, for the presence of all these people here, Lord God. I pray that you watch over this Commissioner's Court, that you bless each and every one of them, that you give them the knowledge that they need to rule correctly, Lord God. I pray that everyone that speaks before this court, Lord Jesus, only thinks of the best of Hood County, and may their words be accountable towards that goal. Anyone that is for evil, Lord God, I pray that you bind their lips and keep them from coming forth. I pray for this county, I pray for the city, and I pray for these commissioners who are striving to do your will. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to you, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right. Okay. Now, no special presentations, but we do have a bunch of service awards. God, I don't know this first guy here, Kevin Andrews, 5 years. It seems like only yesterday.
Not what he said.
Who goes down there to, let's see, who have other commissioners? Jack Wilson. Yep.
I believe the 2 court members are the only ones here today for the service awards.
Good.
We're going to try to hit everyone else
Good.
in February.
All right, so.
You're not going to say anything nice about me?
No. Listen.
Can I get y'all over there? I was going to ask if I could get y'all in front of the podium so we don't have to. Thanks.
Just want to know that this feels like extended family here. We've been spending so much time together here. Congratulations, y'all made the fine. You're vested. That's important. That's important. Okay. All right, this. Okay. Okay, this brings, all right, now we're into the public comments at large, and our first speaker is Scott Clayton.
Hello, Judge, Commissioners, friends. Last time I stood here, I shared a poem on Plain John. But truth, John Bell Hood, Confederate general, Kentucky-born, our county's namesake. Lost an arm at Gettysburg's crushing defeat, a leg at Chickamauga's Pyrrhic win. Strapped to saddle, defiant, shattered. His name rings with courage, yet sows division, defeat, disarticulating, disintegrating, disuniting us, ripping the seams of shared humanity. Why grip that shadow? Why not rename for true healing? A royal gleaming name, Ruby. Unity, life, protection, redemption. Ruby Alexander. Her light snuffed June 24th, 2018 in Hood County custody. Fresh from birth, pleas ignored, 2 days of agony, cries swallowed by silence. A mother's last breath stolen by neglect, yet her spirit endures. That same fateful date, 138 years prior, William J. Marsh was born, composer of Texas, Our Loyal Mighty Band, a hymn to unbreakable bonds. From Ruby's raw vulnerability, miracles were born amid the pain. House Bill 1651, Bill 3653, 3654, championed by Representative Mary Gonzalez and Chris Gundu of the Texas Jail Project. Now, 300 to 500 pregnant women in Texas jails monthly get OBGYN care, hospital transport, unshackled labor, better nutrition, dignity enshrined in law, not fleeting procedure. Ruby, king of gems, forged in Mother Earth's fiery core, crimson blood crystallized through eons, scarlet pulse of unquenchable fire, mirroring Texas flag, red for valor, white purity, blue loyalty. Red star fused in radiant stone, purest in pigeon blood's hue. Evoke in passion's fierce glow, vitality's vibrant spark, protection's bold shield, power's noble blaze, fortune's quiet promise, blessings heart's truth. With 72,000 souls, many retiring here for serene pace, top health care, outdoor thrills, safe lake homes, Ruby County stands clear, strong, true. Healing history, uniting identity, redeeming loss to renewal. As Proverbs 31:10 declares, a woman of noble character who can find. She is worth far more than rubies. Her legacy eclipses hoods, not bloodied fields, but lives saved, reforms forged in injustice's fire. Job 28:18, wisdom's price beyond rubies. This gem points to the King of Kings, Jesus Christ, whose blood redeems death to life, eternal hope. Her cries, not void bound. Isaiah 55:11, my word will not return empty, but accomplish what I desire. For us advocates, lawmakers, citizens, 1 Corinthians 15:58, be steadfast, immovable, your labor in the Lord is not in vain. Hood's name breeds confusion, echoes division in unified Texas. Renaming clears the haze, Ruby County, bold and bright. Shed the past, embrace passion, protection, renewal. For Ruby Alexander, whose fire illuminates Texas, guiding to the true King, redeeming wounds, ensuring no cry, no story fades unheard. Honor her, rename this county Ruby, let her legacy heal us all. Thank you.
The next speaker is Alan Kramer.
Well, can't get it tall enough. Members of the court, Hood County residents and guests, I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am a new resident of Hood County. I'm a second generation retiree here. I came here just 2 months ago. My wife Teresa and I, we love this place. My parents retired here in 1991. My mom still lives near Harbor Lakes in the city. She was a former pecan plantation resident with my dad. We moved here to Hood County for several things, the things that are advertised for Hood County. Small town recreation, small town lifestyle, small town values, Texan values. We strongly believe that biblical principles and government principles don't collide, they are enjoined. and that they rely on leaders who are entrusted with stewardship of assets. And those assets are the land, the water, the places to play. Those are there for the future, for our grandchildren, just as they were for my children when they came here to visit their grandparents previously. I understand that Texas Local Government Code Chapter 231, Subchapter K exists specifically for you guys as the Hood County stewards. Stewardship is not ownership. Stewardship is what allows you to represent the people of Hood County. As Abraham Lincoln said, elected officials, the country, the Constitution, everything we believe in as American citizens and citizens of Texas is of the people, by the people, and for the people. I'm not here long enough to be a part of any kind of special interest group, but I am here long enough to let you know that I am your people. These people are your people. It looks clear to me from sitting here all morning that these people are ready for things to be slowed down just a little bit, to be understood just a little bit better, to have transparency in everything that we do here in this area. AI data centers and power plants, they're uniquely intensive and they're permanent. I worked for 42 years in the oil and gas industry. I worked for the French oil major, Total Energies, for more than 34 of those years. I know what it's like for people to be upset with industry. I don't oppose industry. I am all for it. But I do believe that we need to look at things long and hard, be reflective in the way we think. So I respectfully ask you, as the stewards of Hood County, to work with AMUD, to work with Granbury, to work with your citizens, your people, to thoughtfully and transparently apply the principles of stewardship. Those stewardship principles that are granted to you by the state of Texas, by the people that vote you into office. 3 points that I want to make right here before I end. Coordination is not obstruction. It's responsible stewardship. Prudence is not anti-growth. It is pro-community. Transparency is not a barrier. It is the foundation of trust and accountability. Please place a moratorium so that we can study. Moratoriums are not permanent. They are temporary to allow people to understand the issues at hand and that what could be permanent that we don't want, like, or want to endure. Finally, I guess I would just say, in the few seconds I have left, I don't understand the concept of giving abatements in advance of understanding all the effects that could happen or be consequential. So abatements are great. They promote industry. They promote technology. But then industry and technology needs to give back. I worked for companies that gave back, and I expect the same from anyone else.
Okay. The next speaker is Chris Paulson.
Anyhow, I'm going to say I'm a little disappointed that that conditional approval has gone through on with the court. And that's me personally speaking, because I really think that sets the bar up for all the other plants that are out here that don't have complete plans to look back and say, hey, they got in, we can too. The other thing is I did agree with Dave Eagle on the hazardous materials on these, because I'm very familiar with power plants and these centers, and there's a lot of stuff in there. I mean, if one of them catches fire, say a data center does, you got cadmium, nickel, zinc, chromium, all sorts of hazardous materials, mercury, that are going to end up in the water. And that's going to end up in the watershed on those things. You've got hydrazine, other components that go into the AVT on the other side of the deal, which is all volatile treatment on the power plants. You got NOx, you got CO2, you got a lot of other things to look at. You know, I'm kind of like most of the people here. I think that these places could go somewhere else. I like the way Hood County is. I like the way Somerville County is. It's rural. People came here for their kids, for their grandkids. They want water. They want good quality air. They don't want to see things that are 2,400 acres covered with equipment that could be abandoned and not managed correctly. So in saying this, the things you really have to look at is what's quality down the road. I know y'all are looking at maybe a lawsuit if you do disapproval of these. Well, if we can maybe forestall some of this or just stop it, guess what? You're probably gonna be heroes in your constituents' eyes, because I don't really see anybody other than some of the industry folks that really want these in here. Water can't be replaced with money. And that's our biggest issue in this county. It's the biggest issue in Texas. Water tables are dropping everywhere. You know, they have 5 150-gallon wells that are drilled on the sailfish plant if that goes in. 150 gallon a minute. According to Ryan, those things are going to have to run full tilt to maintain the 3 gigawatts. They had to actually downsize a little on it on power. And speaking of 3 gigawatts of power, that's enough to provide power to 2.5 million homes. Do you realize how much heat, how much energy that is? Also think about what that does to folks' electric bills and property values and stuff. We just went through this icy week this week. You know what happens in a deregulated market? I don't know if y'all looked at PUC or ERCOT numbers. ERCOT numbers went from $26 a megawatt hour up to $300-400 almost solid for part of this, spiked to $1,500 a megawatt hour. Now I'm going to tell you, when supply and demand equal, which these power plants are going to, these data centers are going to use a lot of power, especially these standalone ones. If we don't have the power, what happens is they start sucking out of the grid, power prices increase. Do you want your constituents that had $300 power bills to go up to $900 power bills? Do you want that yourself? Do you want to deal with no water on your property? Do you want to deal with bad quality air? Do you want to deal with these incomplete plans that don't say anything? I mean, that's the thing that I'm really concerned about, is that when you have incomplete plans out there and you say yes, you just set a precedence right there for everybody down the road, everybody. And I know some of you guys, I know you look at the legal aspects of it, but I'm asking you to look at it with your heart too, because you do represent everybody in this room, everybody in this community, and you're representing their kids and their grandkids. What sort of quality do you want to leave them? Really, think about it. What sort of quality? So we're talking about pollution. We're talking about noise. We're talking about a lot of gas plants and water usage and data centers, electrical stuff, fires, possible pollutants getting out in the environment, watershed issues, you name it. There's a lot more here. Now, the only positive aspect I can see to any of this is tax dollars. And I've said this before in front of this court. Tax dollars can be, if you need money, these people would rather give you 10 or 20 cents than to have one of these data centers in. I'm really telling you that. And I think y'all know it. I know you're working with your hearts and your heads. I just ask you to go with a moratorium and rethink on this other, because you're setting a precedence. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Patrick Allen.
Is Brian Glenn still in here? Oh, come see me. Judge Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I know some of you may know me, but my name's Patrick Allen, and I work for Vistra. I serve as the Director of Emergency Preparedness and Performance Improvement for the Vistra nuclear fleet. I joined Vistra in 2014 out at Comanche Peak Nuclear Power Plant, but I'm also a lifelong resident of this area. It's been an honor and privilege to continue to live and work and now raise my family in this area. But I'd like to take a couple minutes to share with you on behalf of Vistra why Project Spectrum is like any other and why I'm truly excited about what this partnership will unlock for Hood and Somerville counties, the state of Texas, and the United States of America. For several years, Vistra has been exploring opportunities with prospective partners interested in utilizing Comanche Peak's expansive footprint and taking advantage of Texas's pro-business climate in order to advance America's leadership in innovation, artificial intelligence, and cloud computing, which are foundational in today's technology. So we started looking at our property. We identified portions of our 8,500-acre site that could be used for development. Some of the parcels were in Hood County, some of the parcels were in Somerville County, but all of them are on Comanche Peak property, and that's an important distinction to make with this particular project. They are all wholly on Comanche Peak property that we already own today. But the most critical step, though, in this process was to identify the right partner to create a project that was tailored for our plant and this community and the state of Texas. So from the very beginning, we emphasized to all the potential partners that were suiting us that it was important to be a good neighbor, just like we've been a good neighbor at Comanche Peak for many, many years now. At Vistra, we're very proud to do business the right way and committed to ensuring the safety, reliability, and stewardship of our plant and property, and expect the same from any tenant coming to our home. So after careful consideration, we did identify Amazon as the best partner, and together we've been working with them to talk and discuss a lot of the community concerns about sound, water, and design. And we're very proud about the site-specific design that they're going to be putting forward today. So I'll give you an example. Amazon's facility will use Comanche Peak's existing water rights to meet its water needs, meaning no additional water rights are needed beyond what the plant already owns today. Additionally, the location I've already talked about of this thing is going to be on Comanche Peak property, which is very expansive, 8,500 acres. But that does allow us to site the facility at a distance away from any subdivisions or other businesses, since we have such a large footprint. So this collaboration between Vistra, which has been a member of this business community since the 1970s, and Amazon right here in Hood County represents a significant once-in-a-generation opportunity, and not all data centers are the same. This project is a win for Texas and this entire country. So importantly, this project will bring real and lasting benefits right here to the local community. It'll help sustain Comanche Peak's operations for decades to come. And you'll remember that we began construction back in the 70s at Comanche Peak, but with this project, it gives us the ability to look at license extensions, putting us out into the 2070s, so from 1970s to the 2070s. So we're committed to ensuring reliable, affordable power to the people of Texas, and as a member of this business community, we're committed to bringing projects that are both a good fit and benefit for Hood County. So thank you for allowing me to talk a little bit about the project and learn a little bit about it and how it's different from the others. Thanks.
My name is Cindy Highsmith, and I live in Pecan Plantation. I've written a letter. The letter is going to, I'm asking the people of Hood County to sign the letter. It's going to go to our Honorable Dan Patrick, our Lieutenant Governor. And this is the letter. Dear Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, I'm a resident of Hood County, Texas. I'm requesting hearings concerning TCSQ policies in regards to issuing of air permits for gas-powered energy plants planned for our community. Although the approximately 70,000 Hood County residents have consistently voted conservative Republican, there is considerable dissatisfaction with today's policies regarding TCEQ permitting. Our way of life is threatened. An inordinate amount of TC permits have been issued without cumulative effects of air contaminants, water usage, and wastewater being considered. TCQ looks at each gas-powered plant individually. Many in my county have asked that best practices be required for the issuing of permits. Our requests have been dismissed. I support dependable energy for the people of Texas. However, there is an expectation that TCEQ perform an adequate physical analysis of contaminants and require industry permits, new and reissued, protect the citizens. There will be 7 gas-powered plants in Hood County when all have been built. This county has been an attainment county close to the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Very soon, the EPA will be changing that designation. This illustrates the amount of pollution in Hood County. This will hurt the average Hood County resident, our local businesses, and economic development. The only air contaminant measured in Hood County is ozone. Since 2022, ozone levels have been increasing. The monitoring of those contaminants by TCQ was supposed to happen in Midlothian, 60-plus miles away for our county. Hood County residents discovered that the air monitoring site has not been operational since April 2022. It is still not in operation today. Yet the TCEQ executive director continues to issue air permits for new gas-powered plants in our county. There is no real-time data for air contaminants here. TCEQ is relying on old data and air modeling. Please have hearings on TCEQ air monitoring policies. Their disregard for this rural Texas county has the potential to turn a solid red county blue. So goes Texas, so goes the country. We cannot risk Texas going blue. We need your help. Sincerely, the people of Hood County. Thank you.
The next speaker is Donna Kelleher.
I think to follow up on that, there's a planning horizon for water with the Texas Water Board, and they make a new plan every 5 years. So all their understanding about water in Texas is based upon a 5-year data window. So if you look at trends and what's going on with data center development, just follow the water. The Canadian River, the Red River, the Brazos River, all of these rivers, and they all flow to the Gulf. Everything that gets in the river ends up in the Gulf. If you have contamination, you're contaminating drinking water, you're contaminating fish, you're contaminating all kinds of stuff, not you personally, but if it happens. So why do they want the water? They need the water. They need the water for cooling. So I've been reviewing these plans and reading them, and I see a trend. I see another trend. I see modularity. I see interchangeability. And I see buildings that are not difficult to construct, pretty low roof heights. And so it seems to me that if Temple, Texas has a data center and they're having to ask their community to curtail their water usage, that they're already, that's the Meta data center down there. They're already under pressure for water. But is that really a problem for them? Maybe not. Maybe they just dismantle it, unplug it, and roll those racks out and put them somewhere else. So I'm asking, why are these data centers so big, so large, so many of them, 700 in Texas? Why so many? Why so large? Are they just resource jumping? What's happening here? And what's the net effect to us? So in our county, if we allow the development of a giant data center project, they're going to change the topography because they're not going to bring that dirt in. They're just going to flatten the dirt and set the elevation at the best level that's going to utilize what's on site. They're going to use the existing materials. So, but it's a forever change. And the impervious coverage basically means concrete. And so now you're going to get stuck with all this concrete. And you think about where this technology is going. And I think about, data centers in space. I read about one the other day where they compartmentalize this data center and they put it deep in the ocean where it's very cold. So technology is already looking for other answers, but the existing technology is looking for resources in a home. And really and truly, what's the cost to us versus what's the cost to them? And with many things, there's a cost transfer. And the cost gets transferred to the individual homeowner. It gets transferred to the individual consumer, the cost of everything. So if we let our NOx in the air go from 75 near attainment, and we increase it 77% to 1.28, now the cost goes to the elderly and to children with asthma, and they can't go outside and play, okay? If they need the power that the nuclear plant's generating, and now our energy is coming from a different source, and my energy bill goes up, well, there's another cost transfer. So I really worry about this conceptually as a whole, and I will say that the Brazos River Valley, it's 30 counties in Texas. Every single county has a proposal like this in front of them. We are special. We have 231K, we have our strategic plan, we have our development districts, we have our master thoroughfare plan, and we have our development codes and our flood order. So I don't get it, why we'd want it. And that's just me speaking from the heart. And personally, Texas is just going to get hotter. If it's hotter, it's not going to rain, and we're really going to be in a world of hurt. Thank you very much, and thank you for your careful consideration of our situation.
The next speaker is Brian Glenn.
My plan was to come here and talk to the last two agenda items, but I learned from the last time that will put me here till past probably dinner time, so I'm talking about them here. I would like also to point out from my discussion a couple of weeks ago, a few things that were said here that were just plain not true about Comanche Circle, that all of the 20 points had been met. They were unresponsive to 18, which was drainage study, among others. So I just wanted to remind you. Good afternoon, I guess it is. I have many concerns with the Pacific Pacifico, Fort Spunky, and Spectrum concept plans. These concerns could be more adequately voiced here with more time and drawings, but I did an engineering review of these. It's my best shot. Pacifico, Fort Spunky. The most glaring issue on this is 1,700-foot intrusion into the water quality district. Even if the plan layout were to be moved outside the water district, it would push it up into untenable terrain. This can be seen in their constraints and topology maps and drainage and grading sheets. As they say, it'd be easier if we had the drawings. I would have to move on to more wetlands, existing ponds. I believe these conditions warrant denial of this concept plan. Our Comanche Circle experience has shown us, and again today, we're sort of forced into a conditional approval. In formulating additional conditions, I urge you to consider land use standards previously here quoted. It's difficult to piece together because it's not well worded, but basically in 5.2a, within each water quality district, new development shall be of low intensity. 5.4c, no office use, no industrial use of any size shall be located within a water district unless the applicant demonstrates that the proposed use does not generate wastewater greater than can be accommodated, minimum track, a bunch of other stuff that sounds very similar to the Comanche Circle conditions. In addition to the Comanche Circle conditions, we need more to address Pacifico issues, specifically buffer space. They have a property line setback. That's insufficient for buffer space. 20 feet, that doesn't address the intent of the regulations at all. Traffic impact analysis, unresponsive. Concept plan note 3. Insufficient detail on wastewater, sewage, evaporative ponds, water volume. There's nothing there. Insufficient detail on delineation of areas to be constructed in phases. This seems to be missing on all of these plans. Full drainage studies aren't produced. All drainage on this, 5 places, flow into existing storm runoff creek beds. They run off, as well as the wastewater and detention pond discharge, and flow down 60 feet into the Brazos River, right across from some of these people who have spoken today. A lot of these are similar to what this court levied on the Comanche Circle issues. I don't know if we're going to change direction on how we do that, but if we're going to continue, we should use this, at least those same at a minimum and more from some of these other items. Project Spectrum, concept plan, wonderful drawing. Many, many, many sheets, much, much detail. Totally insufficient information on power generation, water source, volume, usage, grades, wastewater, pond sludge removal. All runoff, discharge, and wastewater appears to run into Squaw Creek Reservoir. I don't know if anybody's got a concern about that, but, and it sounds like from what we heard today, they're in it with Comanche Peak, so I guess they don't have a problem with that. I recommend you deny these. But if not, use appropriate conditions levied on Comanche Circle, as well as other conditions that address these issues raised here today on Pacifico's and Project Spectrum's subbill. Thank you.
That concludes the comments at large. And so now we get to the miscellaneous business and item number 1. Discuss and take appropriate action to rescind the Commissioners Court letter of support dated July 9, 2025. Okay, got you. July 9, 2025 to Mr. Lessick and Mr. Wong regarding the mostly unidentified project, the subject of said letter of support. And we do have some speakers on this. So, and the first speaker is Carolyn Falber.
Judge, Commissioners, my name is Carolyn Faber. I live at 2560 Meadowwood since 1997. The neighborhood of 15 homes was built out when we built our house, and our children were active and benefited from the local Boy Scouts and 4-H. We are quite active in many Granbury groups, such as Emergency Response Team, Band, and A&M Club. I say this because we are the people this court represents. Not an out-of-state investor. And Sailfish and Bilateral Energy are not the only people who can sue the city and the county for damages to property. There is precedent for individuals to sue the state for damages and win. Queen Esther said in Esther 7:4, "For we have been sold, my people and I, to be destroyed." The king had been duped into signing an order for a localized genocide. Similarly, these agreements by the commissioners in the Bilateral Energy were made in secret. I'm not an engineer, but I know that if you have to hide something, it's probably wrong. I've seen industry done right here, having lived here since 1997. Vista Sand came to the community because they discovered a store of large, clean sand in Toller. They told the community about their plan, they pointed us to their other projects, and they asked for zoning. They planned to return the land to its original state when they finished. The sand pit abuts our small ranch in Toller and has been a good neighbor. The cement plants on 377 also publicly applied for permits. They were very open about their particulate discharge and such. Citizens realized cement was needed to build all these houses, and the cement enables many people to be employed in building. We have Equibrand, Bond Arms, Moore's Cabinets. Hood County is not anti-industry. As the population of Hood County grows, we need highways, and Loop 567 is to be built out, right, to take the traffic load off of homes in Meadowwood and the Morgan Overpass. And hopefully that will be continued on. I am for private property rights. If you want to bulldoze every tree to build a shopping center, as we see on 377 East, that is your right. But your rights end where my ears and my nose begins and my lungs. Ask the residents of Mitchell Bend how their property rights have been violated. Power plants and data centers can be built in unpopulated areas. Regulating their location is not singling out one industry any more than prohibiting nuclear bombs is akin to prohibiting tannerite. If the few people crying private property rights are okay with the power plant next door to their homes, they are very unusual. Even if we cede that argument, the issue here today is the court's secret financial support of a private company using our tax money. As my husband pointed out, there will be a huge depreciation during that tax abatement period while our roads are being trashed by their huge trucks. Your constituents are not stupid, and we don't like being treated so. We deserve to make an informed decision about an impact of this magnitude on our quality of life and pollution and water usage and property values in this county. They promised you 60 jobs. That is nothing compared with what could be done with 2,000 acres, the opportunity cost. We elected commissioners to represent us, the tax-paying residents, not to entice industry like Midlothian or Houston has. In closing, I'd like to reference Luke 18, 1 through 17. Thank you for listening.
Next speaker is Cindy Highsmith.
Yes, my name is Cindy Highsmith. I live at 9712 Bell Chase in Pecan Plantation. You've heard it many ways. I've been hearing it for a long time now, for months now, but you can't hear it enough. We're the people, and the people are saying, we like our county, we like Granbury, we value the Brazos River and Lake Granbury. We value well water for drinking, ranching, farming, and responsible industry that permanently supplies many jobs without adding air, water, noise, and light pollution. We value clean air, dark skies, and a quiet environment. That's who we are. This court is not tone deaf. This court has done a good job of protecting us from the soup du jour industries. With little knowledge, a tax abatement was given to a solar utility. Never again. And the first tax abatement expired and was rolled back. Now, hyperscale data centers want abatements and rubber stamps. From 6 months ago, the court has learned a lot. And you have sought excellent counsel and caution, and you're going with caution. When almost unanimously the people say no, we do not want our leadership to say go. No hyperscale data centers, no tax abatements, no incentives for a project the people do not want. Please roll back your letter of support for Project Patriot. Thank you.
Next speaker is Shannon Wolf. She's left? Okay, the next speaker then is John Highsmith.
Good afternoon. I'm John Highsmith, live in Pecan Plantation, and I'm here in response to the letter offering a 40% tax abatement, 1% share in sales revenue for 10 years dated July 9th, 2025. And I recognize this letter is over 6 months old. I see the effort to rescind this letter as an indication of major enlightenment and additional understanding. Please vote to rescind it. And I would like to offer a way to send a consistent message to future developers. This letter is actually just it's a response letter to previous meetings and mentions, quote, environmental evaluations, finalized site plans, and projected infrastructure and resource needs, unquote. And this to me reads kind of like a throwaway line. So I propose future response letters have the following, a lot more specific. Hood County is uniquely situated within an hour's drive of the DFW Metroplex. We welcome responsible economic growth and would like to make you aware of issues we will pay very close attention to. Water usage. We recognize our responsibility to have water for future generations. Water conservation is crucial. Water pollution. We must protect the Brazos River Basin in Hood County. Air pollution. Hood County presently has attainment status, but we are close to being non-attainment. We must protect the health and well-being of our citizens. Noise. As you know, or will find in any media search of Hood County, industrial noise has been a problem and concern for our residents. We will be very focused on this issue. Light pollution. We view dark skies as something to be protected in our area. Project construction. Major effort must be expended to minimize disruption and intrusion on peace and quiet. So we are well versed and recognize all these things. This is a critical piece here. All these things can be readily accomplished. We don't want to hear we can't do these things. Yes, you can. I read a lot. These things are being done all the time in terms of noise, light, et cetera, et cetera. We are looking for development partners who agree with this statement and share our vision.
The next speaker is Mark Lowry.
Judge and Commissioners, Mark Lowry, 3712 Lonesome Creek Road, Granbury. I ask that you rescind this letter. I appreciate you putting it up there. I would like to refer to some of this. Let me back up. Have you all read the Ruby McPeters Texas Rangers investigation? This gentleman keeps coming up here. All you have to do is read the report, and I think you would find a different idea of who this gentleman is. Ruby McPeters died at the hands of us, and that report needs to be examined by you. The letter itself was in July, as this fine gentleman just stated, 2025. Here we are now in January. The city in January kept telling everybody there's nothing on the table, nothing on the table. I get it, there's nothing on the table. But we had commissioners and we had the city go up before that meeting to a facility up in Irving, Texas. So if there's nothing on the table, then I don't understand, this lack of transparency to the community. We want transparency from you. We need transparency from you. So getting to the letter dated July 9th, it says the project represents not only a transformational economic development opportunity. Transformational is a key word. What are we transforming from? What we have to something else like data centers? I don't think the public citizens would agree that. It goes on. Development opportunity for Hood County, but also the foundation of a long-term partnership. There's no guarantees a long-term partnership, and is this what we want in a long-term partnership? That aligns with our commitment to responsible growth and the well-being of our residents. Can anybody tell me what the well-being's coming out of all this data center discussion that we're hearing from? It concludes at the back, we are confident that Hood County presents a strong strategic advantage that will sustain your future growth. What about us? What about us? You also offer in here some incentives, an incentive package, 40% property tax abatement and 1% electricity sales. The question I have of this esteemed group, Judge, is have they offered us anything? Have we heard anything from them a guarantee besides this 60 jobs? What's the tax revenue to us if we're given abatements? I'm yet to hear anybody tell me what these data centers are good for to our citizens and to our county. I would like to do a whiteboard and say the positives and the negatives. Somebody please fill out the positives for me. So I ask that you rescind this. And into the earlier meeting, I follow up. I was really impressed by Mr. Hughes offering us legal advice on how we can proceed in our legal fight going forward. I was intrigued by that, considering he would be the one that would be suing us. I think we've got to seriously think at what lies ahead of us here. You continue to hear people come in, citizens pleading with you to protect us, to stand up for us, and we're willing to sacrifice that in potential lawsuits, none guaranteed. Just stand up for us and give us some idea what the positives is, but stand up for us and stop this nonsense. I don't know how it got started, but you need to stop it. Thank you for paying attention today.
The next speaker is Carolyn Reeves. Ms. Reeves. The next speaker is Mac Bennett.
Judge, Commissioners, Mac Bennett, I live at 3530 Daniels Court. Here to talk about y'all rescinding that letter, which I think is a good thing. That the first step is slowing this thing down. Because, there's a lot of unanswered questions and stuff. I mean, depending on where you read or who you listen to, I mean, all the answers are not out there. I mean, the traffic, I live down Biloxi Highway and stuff, and the people over on Meadowwood on the backside of me, I mean, the traffic already is a pain in this county anyway. You've got the expansion, the highway expansions and all that other stuff, all the construction. I mean, the noise that we're going to have, and the biggest deal is nobody can tell us about how this is going to impact our aquifers and stuff. I mean, right now you take where I live and stuff, it's so low that the sulfur and stuff is coming up and stuff, and if you're pumping a lot of water, then of course the aquifer's going to go down. But one of the things that's is the noise. All of us that live on that side of town stuff, like I said last time when I talked, is the airport and stuff. I mean, we already got noise pollution. Now we're just going to go 10 times fold what it was. I mean, I've worked in construction for 42 years. I've retired and stuff, built power plants, gas pipelines, everything else. You know, they say, well, you know, the decibels are down to this and everything else. But at night, even at my house, I can hear the train that goes to Vista Sand when they come through town at 1 o'clock in the freaking morning. But, you know, that's a different complaint. But, you know, the tax abatement, I don't understand why we're going to give a company tax abatements when they're just here to steal our resources and use our resources up and stuff. I mean, all of us like to have lower taxes and stuff, and I think giving them a break on their taxes where they can make millions of freaking dollars and we don't get. I mean, we don't see none of this the share of anything that they do. You know, they're going to give you jobs. There's going to be jobs here by the construction. The rest of them, when they go the 60 jobs, whatever, they're going to call for technicians and stuff. They're going to bring their own people in. They're not going to train anybody locally. You know, I just think, you know, I know February 10th you got the other meeting on February 10th, but I think rescinding this thing is the first thing that we need to do to start slowing this thing down. Thank you.
The next speaker is Tina Brown.
Good afternoon. In July of last year, when this was originally put on to the agenda, it was very vague. Discuss and take appropriate action to allow the county judge to sign a letter of support for Project Patriot, an economic development initiative involving a proposed large capital investment, the creation of 60 high-wage permanent jobs in Hood County, and a property tax abatement. There was no hyperlinks. There was no letter. We didn't see this letter. I was one of 3 people who came and spoke against this. I couldn't believe this court was actually going to talk about abatements. There were, like I said, I was one of 3 people that spoke against. Shay Hopkins was here presenting it as a good thing for the county. Judge, you and Kevin both were very pro signing this agreement. I don't think Dave even spoke, and Jack was gone. Nanette was the only one who said, no, this is not, we need more information. Well, we know that Shay Hopkins was under a NDA because she said that day. We don't know, however, if anybody else was. We also didn't know that the city was planning on annexing it, which we found out later. Sorry, you know, I know it's not your job to deliver these things to us. We're supposed to go look for them, but nobody did. So we never even knew that there was a 40% tax abatement going on this, that y'all were agreeing to that. So when you went into executive session and you came back, Dave made the motion, and it was 3-1 with Nanette saying no, still. Thank you. Now it's back on the agenda. I know that abatements can work well for setting regulations and parameters, but they won't work well if nobody is monitoring them or enforcing them with heavy fines. I am here again today to vote to rescind this now. I hope you do rescind this, and I want you to use every tool in your toolbox to slow down and or stop these facilities that will pollute Hood County and change our community forever. Thank you.
That's the last speaker, right, Christine?
Correct.
That was it.
I think that was it, unless I missed anybody.
All right, Judge, I put this on the agenda And this letter was put on the agenda for the July 8th Commissioners Court. And Ms. Brown is correct. She read the agenda to you. It's what it says. And Commissioner Wilson was not here. And we also had that same day, you may recall, in the same kind of breath, the foreign trade zone issue coming in. And I don't want to sit here and make excuses, but we know a lot more today than we knew back on July the 9th. And I know so much more now than I knew then that I wanted to put this back on the agenda and set the record straight. There was no backup with the item. No backup. The letter that we got that day to look at. And we took it back in the back in executive session, and I made several tweaks on that letter to make it say less than it. It's a very vague letter. If you read it with comprehension, it doesn't say much, and it doesn't commit us to anything, and it's absolutely unenforceable. But getting the lawyer stuff out of it, I even made it more vague when we went back there, came back out, and yeah, I made the motion based on what I brought back out here. I have not seen that. And we went on about our business. I have not seen that marked up letter. We cannot find it. We do have a letter that was put out here that was signed, but I can't tell you that's what I marked up or not. And I don't, and without seeing both of them to compare them, I don't feel comfortable staying with it. So I put this back on the agenda to give at least this commissioner an opportunity to say, I made a mistake, I want it out of here. If you look at the letter very closely, it doesn't even identify the project. It does in the agenda. It says Project Patriot, which, as you know, the city council annexed that property in a couple of weeks ago. But it's not a standalone letter that has, like I say, it has no bearing, no enforceability, but it doesn't look good. So that was then, this is now, and we have much more knowledge than we had, and I've changed my mind. And I think that I would hope that I have an ability to do that, to change, you show me new information, and will change my mind if it changes my mind. So this letter is back on here, and and I'm going to make the motion to rescind it. I know that Commissioner Samuelson she was against it in the first place. But I'm going to make a motion to rescind it. The July 9th letter as it's part of the agenda, by the way. You can actually go read it now.
Made the motion. I hear a second.
Second.
A motion been made by Commissioner Eagle to rescind the letter of support dated July 9, 2025 regarding the unidentified project, the subject of the letter of support, second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion?
I'll just say that, this one is, the 2,000 acres that were annexed for this project that Bilateral Energy has submitted already, I think, gotten approval from TCEQ for an air quality permit. And we know that it was potentially to be a data center because that's what all this flowery language was telling us, and what was presented to us. So 2,000 acres, again, you just got to get your head around it. NASA facility in Houston is 1,620 acres. Okay, so this is, information that I've just now started trying to put my head around, but I obviously voted against this back then. But I was at the city council meeting when the property was annexed. And I was really disappointed that two people representing the city, not anyone from the dais, but two people representing the city, said that they didn't know what was going to be on this property when the city is the one who brought this project to us. They were correct when they possibly when they said that no formal application, so that was probably technically accurate. But to state that they had no idea was very disappointing. So that's all I have to say.
One last thing is, I just felt like Commissioner Wilson needed an opportunity to vote on this one way or the other. So, and there's that.
You know, and honestly, this was a very high level. Again, I have mentioned in the past that there may be the only regulatory authority or way in that we have to do something here is through an abatement. This was not an approval of an abatement. This was 6 months ago saying, will we entertain discussions or whatever with that? And this was the first offer. Again, I think there are some protections that can be bought through abatements. I'm certainly not out here just saying give somebody an abatement for whatever, but if this is the only way that we can get the regulation, it's something to discuss. I'm fine with rescinding this letter and saying, okay, we're not there. I'm listening to people. I promise I am listening to you guys. I'm hearing what you're saying. And if we're saying that we're not in the business for tax abatements, okay, then that's, you know, I'm 100% willing to go along with that. So.
No, that was what was brought to us, that if you give a tax abatement, you can get these companies to agree to voluntarily reduce the noise pollution down from certain decibels, to do certain other things, to put up barriers, to reduce the noise, to do a bunch of other things that you don't have if they have the right to go ahead and meet the requirements to go ahead and put that business in there. And that's what's done. But it depends on a project by project situation. So I'm fine with rescinding it too. So that's fine. So at that time, anybody have anything else to say? So all those in favor of rescinding the letter, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. The letter is rescinded. Okay, item number 2. Discuss and take appropriate action to pay invoice 2025 unemployment claims from HCAD refund account funds in the amount of $22,783.34. Mrs. Matlock.
Good afternoon. We have a budget for unemployment, and this exceeds that budget. So I would like to recommend that the court decide to pay this out of HCAD refund. Those funds were returned to us, and they can be used as general funds in any way you choose.
I move that we take appropriate action to approve to pay the invoice for the 2025 unemployment claims from HCAD refund account in the amount of $22,783.34.
Second.
A motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to pay the invoice for the unemployment claims from the HCAD refund, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Next item, discuss and take appropriate action to pay invoice for advance funding agreement signed in 2017 from HCAD refund account funds in the amount of $38,903.90. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in 2017, the county entered into an advance funding agreement with TxDOT to repair a bridge. We recently completed, us in concert, fixed the bridge. We paid for the eminent domain, and now TxDOT is sending us a balance bill for $38,903.90. So I would like the court to consider paying it out of the HCAD refund account, which is to be used however you see fit as general fund money.
Good thinking. Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I'll make that motion to pay the invoice for advanced funding agreement signed in 2017, only 9 years ago, from HCAD refund account funds in the amount of $38,903.90 for the bridges.
Second. Okay, a motion been made by Commissioner Eagle to pay the advanced funding bill from the refund accounts in the amount of $38,903.90. Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Again, unanimously approved. Okay, item number 4, discuss and take appropriate action to allow the county judge to sign the resolution expressing official intent to reimburse cost of the November 4th, 2025 voter-approved bond projects. Yes, sir. Miss Auditor again.
I put it on there for you, but you can tell them about it.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you wanted to speak to that or if you'd like me to. So in these upcoming projects, it is allowed for us to use county money and then be reimbursed whenever the bonds are issued. And this is just a resolution to that fact.
Again, good job. I tell you what, our auditor does a superb job here doing and keeping the books and doing the best she can for the people of Hood County, really. So
All the
I hear a
other
motion.
Yes, sir. I'm going to make a motion to allow the county judge to sign the resolution expressing the official intent to reimburse costs of the November 4th, 2025 voter-approved bond projects.
Second. Okay, a motion been made by Commissioner Eagle to allow the county judge to sign the resolution expressing the official intent to reimburse costs of the November 4th voter-approved bond project, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimous, 5-0. Item number 5, review and discuss and take appropriate action in regard to the updated Hood County library policies with revised vision and mission statements. And before we get to that, I want to say that it's very sad news that Jennifer Logston, our librarian's husband, passed away 2 days ago unexpectedly in his sleep. And Jennifer has done a fabulous job with the library. I mean, her employees, the volunteer people, the people that use the library think the world of her, as everybody that works with. We extend our prayers and thoughts to Jennifer Logston and her family during this difficult time. So, Ms. Wilburn, what do you have for us?
Well, I just decided I would address the court regarding these policies and ask if you have any questions. I'll be happy to relay them. I notice it looks like there's maybe 4 pages that some corrections were made on. But if not, I recommend you approve Ms. Logston's recommendations.
Bill, I know that you share the same thing. It's nice working
certainly
with Jennifer
do.
Logston. Isn't it really great?
Yes, sir. And we spent some time, I've helped with this committee to go through some of this and it kind of modernize the mission statement and some of the policies there with the library. And yeah, so with that, I'll make a motion to accept the policies and vision statement as presented.
Yeah, motion been made by Commissioner Andrews to accept the updated Hood County library policies with the revised revision and mission statement, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 5-0.
Thank you.
Tell her about that. Item number 6, discuss and take appropriate action to allow the county judge to sign the interlocal agreement between the North Central Council of Governments and Hood County accepting the grant funds to begin the upgrades to the Citizens Collection Center.
Exciting news.
It is.
It's grant time also, so this is just the beginning of all the grant
I
things.
said it's free money one time, and they said, I got corrected on it. It's all taxpayers'
All
money.
taxpayer
So don't get your hopes up, Mr. Highsmith. You can't correct me again, okay? So
There's a lot of strings attached with grants, but we're excited. This is the first step in the process. well, the first step in accepting, and then the fund begins with construction. So Jeannie, I, and the county attorney have all reviewed this contract. Hopefully you all have had time to review it as well. Accepting this contract begins the grant for the Citizens Collection Station. That then triggers the building project, going out for quotes, and all of the other things, which you'll see next to be discussed. So I'm asking the court to enter in this agreement so that we may accept formally this grant and move forward.
Good. Okay. Do I hear a motion?
I move to allow the county judge to sign the interlocal agreement between North Central Texas Council of Governments and Hood County, accepting the grant funds to begin the upgrades to the Citizens Collection Center.
Second.
By Commissioner Samuelson to allow the county judge to sign the interlocal agreement between COG and Hood County, accepting the grant funds to begin the upgrades to the Citizens Collection Center, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I just heard him, sorry.
Yes, because he's a little closer.
Yeah, oh, sorry.
Heard him first, so. That, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Item number 7, consider and take appropriate action to authorize environmental health after receipt of the notice to proceed to purchase equipment, construction, and services awarded in the net COG solid waste implementation grant from Fund 55 with grant reimbursement to be deposited back to the same fund. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Yes, so this would basically just allow us to proceed with the procurement process within the budgets in the grant after we receive the notice to proceed, which is a critical step. And basically, most of its equipment and those items are pretty well spelled out in the grant. So this would just allow us to proceed.
Okay. I think it's a good idea. We're going to get our money back, right? Okay. Do I hear a motion?
I move that we authorize environmental health after receipt of notice to proceed to purchase equipment, construction, and services awarded to North Texas Council of COG solid waste implementation grant from Fund 55 with grant reimbursement to be deposited back to the same fund.
Okay. You got that motion down, Christine? All right, any further discussion to this motion made by Commissioner Wilson and second by Commissioner Andrews? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimous. All right. Next, 8, consider and take appropriate action to give direction on the details of the building to be purchased under the NetCog Solid Waste Implementation Grant. These are all three connected, aren't they?
Yeah, so again, as we move forward, one of the items is this metal building, and we just want to make sure that we have clear direction from the court as to what specifications and options. So I know with the weather, there's probably not been much ability to visit on this. So I don't know if you'd want to delay that, or if you'd prefer to just appoint, 1 or 2 court members to give us direction on the court's behalf.
Jeannie, do you have anything to say since it's your building? You do such a good job with this.
Okay, so when we turn the information over to COG, the building that you're seeing here is what we turned in. Shortly after that happened, I was speaking with Commissioner Andrews, and I believe there's another slide of a different one. So this is from a different angle, but it would allow 4 doors. So what we're trying to do is maybe get 2 commissioners or whatever that can work with me and come up, because we're only budgeted so much money, and we're going to have to come up. So to have 2 of them to help guide and make sure we get what the court truly would like would benefit us.
Okay.
Yeah, there are some questions as to what is the most practical design for usability. What this building is going to do is we've got some compactors and some equipment and stuff like that we take the solid recycling, the cardboard, the aluminum cans and those kind of things and crush them down. This equipment needs to be stored indoors, but there's some bins coming in, forklifts and that kind of thing. So the layout for the doors to make that more accessible and usable is what's at question. Obviously, you know, five roll-up doors would be the way to go on that because that would give the everything, but I think that gets outside of our budget with the cost of each of those doors. So we wanted to sit down and look at it and see what would be the best bang for the buck, where it gets us the most usability for the least amount of money on that. So
I'm just talked to Glenn a little bit about this last Friday, I guess it was.
Yeah.
And I'm just concerned about the budget and staying within the budget. I've heard somebody said just now that the budget's tight, so.
I think we got our two committee members right there.
No,
I
was going to nominate Commissioner Wilson.
No, I think you got the two right here.
Are you sure?
Already got the head start.
I'm going to move to nominate Commissioner Wilson.
Anybody want to know?
Are you okay?
Well, I mean, yeah, we've already had some discussions, so yes.
Wilson and Andrews.
All right, so.
I make a motion for Commissioner Wilson and Andrews to work with environmental health.
Yeah, and I'll second.
So I'm sure that Commissioner Eagles.
Motion and
second that.
seconded by you two,
Right.
I see.
So a motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson for Commissioner Andrews and Commissioner Wilson to be this two-man committee to help with the design of this collection station. I'm sure second by Commissioner Eagle. Surprise, surprise. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. So congratulations. If you don't like them, you know, you can still use one other. That's an alternative. All right.
Yeah, you just watched democracy in action just now.
Okay. Item number 9, discuss and take appropriate action to approve, including jail transport officers for, quote, on-call pay based on the current Hood County manager compensation guidelines. Funds to support the on-call pay are in the current budget if approved. This will be effective the week of Monday, January the 26th, 2026. Yes, sir.
Judge, Commissioners, this is simply to allow our transport officers to be in line with the rest of the county policy and get on-call pay when they're on call. Our transport division's on call 24 hours a day, at least one person, going all over the state taking people. So it's just to fall in line with the rest of the county policy.
You agree with that? Yes, sir. It is.
And sometimes out of state.
Ma'am?
You said around the state, but sometimes out of state.
Yes, ma'am.
Sometimes in Mexico. No, I'm just kidding. I hear a motion.
Yeah, Judge, I'll make a motion to take appropriate action to approve including jail transport officers for on-call pay based on the current Hood County manager compensation guidelines.
Motion been made by Commissioner Andrews to include the jail transport officers for on-call pay based on the current Hood County manager compensation guidelines, seconded by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Item number 10, consider and take appropriate action to award RFP 2026-01 Fleet Maintenance Oil and Transmission Services. Yes, sir, Mr. Glenn Tillman.
Good afternoon again. Yes, so the request for proposals closed on January 8th at 10 a.m. They were evaluated on the criteria of pricing, qualifications, prior experience with Hood County, and distance from county offices. And as you can see on the chart, the highest score for price as well as the highest overall score was earned by Midas, followed by Thomas G. Myers Automotive, and finally 4C Legacy, Texas. So purchasing recommends awarding RFP 2025-01 Fleet Maintenance, Oil and Transmission Services to Midas as a primary vendor and Thomas G. Myers Automotive as an alternate vendor. The term of the contract will begin on February 23rd. Thank you.
For how many years?
It is 1 year renewable up to 5 years.
I'll make a motion that we award RFP 2026-1 fleet maintenance, oil and transmission services to primary,
Midas.
the primary
Primary-
award to
primary
be
vendor.
for Midas, and then secondary for Thomas G. Myers.
Second.
Oil and gas transmission services to Midas as a primary, and secondly to Thomas Myers as the alternate on the thing. Second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0.
Thank you.
All right, item number 11, review Hood County Language Assistance Plan and approve the plan to be placed on the Hood County website. HR, Human Resources, Melissa Welber. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Each one of you should have received this plan last Friday, and hopefully it made some good snowbound reading for you. It's quite short. I did go through, I took TxDOT's plan and pulled a lot out of what TxDOT had implemented and pulled a lot out that, and hopefully shaped it to accommodate us for right now. This is triggered by a grant that has requested that we have this on our website if we apply for this particular grant. So when the auditor called and asked me about it, I said, well, nope, but I can try to get one together and get it on our website. It'll probably always be kind of a moving target as far as a plan goes. There may always be changes. I can bring it back to you if you want me to, or I can just make you aware of those changes. This is something we are required to do if we want these grants in the future. One of the things it talks about is the I Speak poster. And TxDOT recommends this poster to be posted in all of our heavy traffic areas. So I hope within the next week to get these dispersed. We've got one hanging at the front door now of this building, and I'm going to put one back here because we hold a lot of meetings in this particular room. So this will be dispersed to departments, and that way they can make it available in their office. In addition, TxDOT recommends these translator cards. It's really just so they can hand it to a Spanish-speaking person that may not know how to ask for help, and this will help accommodate that particular community member that walks in that may need some help and need some translation assistance. In addition, I would also like to ask that the court allow me to post departments on our HR website that tells the community what departments have translators in those departments. We won't list names, but we would like to make those departments available, and also it'll help our departments within the county. I was told about 3 months ago that they didn't know who did translation in our county, so this would at least let the department heads know who they may can call on.
Well, that's another good employee there. Melissa Weber does a fabulous job keeping us surprised and doing the human resources there. She's good to work with, and the auditor's shaking her head in agreement.
Well,
I think
thank you.
Everybody agrees with that. We all agree with that.
Definitely a
With
joint
that,
effort
do I hear a
around
motion?
here.
I move that we authorize the Hood County Language Assistance Plan to be approved and placed in the Hood County, on the Hood County website.
Okay, a motion made by Commissioner Wilson to approve the Hood County Language Assistance Plan to be placed on the Hood County website. Second by,
Everything you need. I know you had talked about the posting and the stuff on the internet. Do you need any additional language in that motion to support those things?
No, I don't think so. I think this will work. And I did go through and highlight some language in this plan. Like I said, if you ever have any questions about ADA or Title VI, please give me a call and we'll talk about it. If I can explain it, I certainly will. But I think that does take care of everything at the moment. I can always bring something back in the future.
So what?
Other discussion?
Yes,
All
which-
those in favor
which
say
grant-
aye.
which grant
Okay,
is it?
Thank you.
Which
Motion
grant?
It
carries.
was a grant for our collection station.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. Thank you very much.
you're welcome. Thank you.
All right. 12, receive updates from the Development Commission and take appropriate action to ensure appropriate communication procedures are in place for the members of the commission.
Thank you, Judge. This is, an evolving, I guess, project. We appointed the Development Commission or reestablished the Development Commission, and we just are doing some housekeeping to ensure that their communication is in line with county policies. So, Christine, do you have the cost of the emails? So 4 emails for the 4 members need to be set up so that they can communicate using Hood County emails.
Right, so we just wanted to make sure that they have a county email so we can communicate and it's not going to their personal emails. And so we talked with the IT director, Steve Grafe, about it. Some of the things that he said the conditions of getting the email is that they're going to get the RSA token for the multi-factor authentication, and they'll have to go down to the EOC, changing passwords. There'll be a password protocol, and then he wants them to complete the Know Before training that we all complete as well, the cybersecurity training. So the cost for a mailbox, the single cost for a mailbox, he said is about $177 per year. We only need 4 because I'll use my county clerk email. So I recalculated that to be $708 annually. And I think that was it.
Okay. And then the other 2 that aren't, they're just procedures. They don't have a dollar with them. It's just to ensure that we have a process for who contacts Blakely. So do you have a recommendation on our attorney, Ms. Fernandez, on how that communication will go so that she's been getting calls from, I think, probably people outside of the 6 of us. And so
Oh, wow. Okay.
if you can, what's your recommendation on that? And
Well, I think, obviously, the county attorney, I think any of the commissioners ought to be able to reach out. And I'd also like to be able to communicate with her as chairman of the Development Commission. And I guess, I don't know if we want to include Clint on that, or.
what is y'all's recommendation? She's just been fielding calls, and, every time she answers a call, it costs money. So we wanted to put a little bit of guardrails around it because she wasn't given direction on that. So this is our opportunity to kind of reel that in so that so she knows what our expectations are. This is a question of, I would say the Commissioners Court, County Attorney, and the Development Commission Chairman.
Okay.
And what about the Development Director, or does that?
I know they've had some coordination and things like that. The only other thing is, Clint comes to me and then I go to her, but that.
Well, that was her, you
creates a
kind
little
of led
bit.
into the other procedural thing she asked to clarify is communication. Is she to receive and send things from one central location, which she recommended it be the county attorney's office?
And I
So-
know some of the things that she has sent directly to me and copied Clint on, I have forwarded to all of y'all, because I don't think some of that stuff was getting to y'all on
Okay,
the
so
emails.
Fisher's Court. So I'll make a motion, and
I'll make one.
so the move that we instruct the IT department to set up individual mailboxes for the 4 representatives of the Development Commission at a cost of $708 annually, and that we set a process that Blakely is to receive calls only from the county commissioners, the judge, County Attorney's Office, Development Director, and the Chair of the Development Commission, and that email communication be centralized through the County Attorney's Office that goes back and forth between Ms. Fernandez. It's long, but.
Yes.
Second by motion made by Commissioner Samuelson and second by Commissioner Andrews regarding the communication between the Development Commission and all other members and the setup of all the individual mailboxes, etc. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Thank you. That brings us down to the consent agenda. Does any commissioner, I hope not, want to discuss or pull anything from the consent agenda? If not, do I hear a motion?
Move that we approve the consent agenda as stated.
Second.
Motion been made by Commissioner Wilson that we approve the consent agenda as stated, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Now, Mr. Clint Head.
Good evening.
Good. Huh? You want to take it away? Okay. Okay. All right, we'll excuse you for a second. All right, she's going to be gone here. All right. So no road ops, Mr. Todd. I want everybody in the county to give Todd Tuggle a round of applause because he has done a remarkable job during this snowstorm. I'm telling you that. I've had so many. I know this guy gets up at 3 o'clock in the morning to start his day when all this snowstorm was doing. I know it because we talked a lot, and he's talked a lot with Margaret, everybody else. You do a great job, Todd Tuggle, and your guys do too, so you really do a great job. So with that, development, public hearing to discuss and consider the replat.
Would you consider doing the financial first?
Or do you have to leave?
I have to pick up my girls at 4:15.
Well, hey, well, this is an emergency here, you bet. We're going to take the finances on here. All right. Consider a certification of the payment of the invoices. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I would like the court to consider certification of payment of invoices for the period of January 3rd, 2026 through January 15, 2026, and discuss vendor payments over $10,000 and take appropriate action. Expenditures for January 27, 2026, Commissioners Court are $1,253.47. The auditor's office has reviewed all invoices and recommends payment.
I hear a motion.
I move that we pay the bills for the period of January 3rd, 2026 through January 15th, 2026 in the amount of $1,253.47.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Wilson to pay the invoices in the amount of $1,253.47, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Thank you, and you may be excused.
Thank you very much.
You drive safe. All right. Okay, back to you, Mr. Head. So at this time, at 5 minutes to 3, we're going into a public hearing to discuss and consider the replat of Ports of Call addition to Island Village, lot 146R.
This one's pretty simple. It's the combining of lots 146 and 147 to create a 0.297 of an acre lot known as lot 146R. This property is located in the Water Quality District in Precinct 1 and will be served by Texas Water Utilities and an on-site sewage facility. The lot will access the existing Pago Pago Court. All comments have been addressed. Staff recommends approval.
Does anybody here wish to make any statement at all considering the Ports of Call addition? If not, at 4 minutes to 3, we're convening back into Commissioner's Court. And do I hear a motion?
Plat of Ports of Call addition to Island Village, lot 146R.
Plat of Ports of Call addition, second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. 5-0. All right. So now at 3 minutes till 3, we are convening into a public hearing to discuss and consider the replat of the landings east at the ranches at Pecan Plantation. Yes, sir, Mr. Head.
All right, the purpose of this replat is reconfigure the lot lines of lot 3799, Reserve Area C in the equestrian sports area, making lot 3799 larger, and we'll be creating a 2.451 acre lot known as lot 3799R, a 2.315 acre Reserve Area CR, and a 19.292 acres equestrian sports area R. The property is located in the Water Quality District in Precinct 2 and will be served by AMUD water and AMUD sewer.
Okay. Is anybody here in the public wish to make any statement or discuss anything at all regarding the landings or the ranches at Pecan Plantation? If not, closing the public hearing and we're convening back into Commissioner's Court at 2 minutes till 3. And do I hear a motion?
Judge, I move that we approve the replat of the landings east lots 3799R, Reserve Area C-R, and the ranches at Pecan Plantation.
Samuelson to approve the replat of the landings east and the ranches at Pecan Plantation, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Now, at 1 minute till 3, we are convening into a public hearing to discuss and consider the concept plan for Fort Spunky Pacifico. We got a few speakers on there. Surprise, surprise. Okay. All right. This is on the second one. Okay. This is on the first one here. Okay. So at this time, the first speaker on this is Chris Paulson. Mr. Paulson, I'm beginning to know you pretty well here. I already got a profile of you in my mind here. Okay.
I know you do. On this Fort Spunky concept, I took a look at this thing, and if you can, I don't know if you can bring up your map on that. Can you bring up your map on that? It should be page 5 on that. Yeah, we still got to go down a little bit more on it there. Takes a minute to load on that. So we'll talk about this a little bit. There we go. Well, no, that's not it. I think you got to go up one. I think it's still up one. It shows the, let's see, is that it? Okay. Yeah, that shows a little bit more of what I want to see on that one right there, if we can stabilize that. Technology at its best. Okay, we'll talk about this a little bit. It's 862 acres, 16 gas turbines, and they're looking for 20,000 gallons a day of water from Acton Municipal Water District. They got, let's see, 3 80,000 gallon wells on site that go to the First Trinity on this. They do have water treatment systems, some retention ponds. My part of the, I'd like to see a little more on this concept plan. One of them is that part of that concept plan is just about in the floodplain down there. It's in the FEMA plan, and I've seen that Brazos River go higher than that before, above FEMA level on that. And part of it's in wetlands too. So that needs to also be looked at. And I mean, you know, you're sitting right here on the Brazos River, right across the Pecan, and the drainage is right into the river. And there's not much room for error on that. And I went and looked at their emergency plan on the PUC, and their emergency plan doesn't address emergency spill response either on that. So if you have anything go over, who knows where it's going to end up. They do have a water treatment skid. I guess that's going to be brought in by a contractor or vendor to provide water for those units. And of course, they're going to be producing a lot of NOx and CO2 and benzene and other components that are going to blow right over on top of Pecan. But my biggest problem with this is that part of this is in the floodplain, part of it is in wetlands. There's also Bernard Cemetery in there too that needs to, that's a historical cemetery for Bernard's Mill that's also within their boundaries on that. So that would be my biggest concern on that. And I would hope there wouldn't be a tax abatement with this because they're only going to hire, according to their plans on it, 20 people full-time, 6 people per shift. And if you want to look up any of this information, you can go to the PUC, Public Utility Commission, look for control document number 53385 and item 3801, which lists a lot of this information. So anyhow, just be real careful on your approval on stuff. And I mean, you've already set a precedence with that other one. So that's my gist on it. So thank you for your time.
I'd like to address the floodplain.
Do I do?
I'd like to address the floodplain as the floodplain administrator, the licensed officer that controls the floodplain development regulations. This is not in the floodplain. As far as the wetlands, so I have to have a 414 permit from the Army Corps of Engineers. We do not control that.
All right, thank you. Okay, then the next speaker is Cindy Highsmith.
Yes, my husband has already warned me about getting up here 3 times, but this one is directly across from my home. So, excuse me for the 3rd time. Okay, once again, we're in the Wild West. We have the gold rush. Texas has invited hyperscale data centers, just like they invited solar and wind utilities. Texas paid a high price during Winter Storm Uri for undependable energy. The legislature is now focused on dependable energy. Like the beginning of wind and solar boom days, data centers are unregulated. Wind and solar were given tax credits, subsidies, tax abatements. Now Texas has given data centers a pass on franchise taxes for 10 years. Billions. You don't need to give tax abatements. The state has given them billions. City and county governments, not this one. Well, I really don't know about this city, but this county has not given tax abatements, but other Texas cities and counties are giving tax abatements. There's no legislation that addresses setbacks from property lines or schools or rivers. There's no end-of-life legislation for data centers. And Texas has paid a big price for their failure to have appropriate end-of-life legislation in place for wind and solar. There are graveyards, literally graveyards of wind turbines in Sweetwater and other West Texas towns. So what happens with end-of-life with the data centers? Because we know that technology changes, and we know that Pacifico Spunky is an LLC. So they fold the LLC and sayonara. So Pacifico Energy, a 567-acre hyperscale data center on the banks We've been talking about 231 Chapter K. This one's on the banks of the Brazos River. It'll be 1,300 feet from my house. I don't want to look at it. In July, and I'm an MB, yes I am. In July, TCEQ issued a standard permit for air emissions. Pacifico made sure that their emissions were just below a major source permit. So no public meeting or contested hearing could be requested. The community did not even know Pacifico Fort Spunky about it until November. The community did not know Pacifico was in talks with AMUD for surface water since July. They did not know AMUD was doing their due diligence in regards to groundwater, pulling well reports. The community certainly did not know that years before it is needed, using right-of-ways, our 12-inch water lines will be needed to be expanded to serve Pacifico water needs. The plan is for AMUD customers to split the cost with Pacifico, so our water rates will go up way before they need to. As of today, they've filed no application with AMUD or with the Upper Trinity Groundwater District. There will be a best with this one. There is no mention in their plan of fire suppression system. There is no mention of compliance with Texas State Fire Code 855. And this court has heard about that many times in reference to the Apache Hill BES. AMUD right now does not service that area. So, you know, right now, if that were built, Glen Rose Fire Department is 12 miles away. If there was a fire, they're 12 miles away. In Hood County, the closest volunteer fire department would be Indian Harbor, which is 23 miles away. Even though my house will be 1,300 feet from this data center, Pecan Plantation Fire Station is 26 miles away. Although fire at the Pacifico Data Center, okay, I could actually go on for much longer about this concept plan for Fort Spunky Pacifico LLC, but I'm going to stop and besiege the court to reject this concept plan. Like this court did with the solar scam, no tax abatements should be issued. The will of the people of Hood County should prevail. Let it prevail.
Next speaker is Donna Kelleher.
So here we go, talking about 231K again. And if I recall, the objective of 231K is for Hood County to take care of the watershed and to provide recreation for all Texans. Here's the Brazos River. People go canoeing. There are camps along the river. My son went to Camp El Tesoro, and he'd walk across the swinging bridge. I don't think kids are going to be able to go to camp anymore. That's really getting to me. You know, the noise, the industrial nature of it, and let's talk about the birds too. I am a birder. I love the birds. And so you have a riparian environment that's going to be extremely disturbed. It's already been disturbed. So do we have to disturb it to this extent? I don't think this works in a water quality district. This is right next to the Brazos River, and the water quality district for the Brazos River is a 1 mile distance. 1 mile distance. This is like right next door. So I think this is not a really good part of the county for this project, and I would ask you to turn it down. Thank you.
John Highsmith.
Hello, I'm John Highsmith and live in Pecan Plantation, and speaking on the concept plan for Pacifico, Fort Spunky. I've looked at the plan, of course, and I have these comments, questions. I will preface by saying I don't think anyone is really clear what a concept plan is supposed to do, but I will go ahead with these questions. It has 4 pages of text, 5 pages of maps. Seems pretty sparse for a multi-billion-dollar project. That would be across the Brazos River from Pecan Plantation, a community of approximately 7,500 people. Number 2, what is the distance to the closest residence? How many people live within a half-mile radius? How many people live within a 1-mile radius? How many people live within a 2-mile radius? I think these are facts that need to be stated. What are plans for fire monitoring response? We understand from comments from Mr. Pratt that there will be a large storage tank to hold emergency water. Is that the plan? It is a very unique situation we have here. We have a mega industrial facility very close to homes into a pecan plantation and very far from fire emergency response. So this needs much more elaboration. No one you're going to be able to count on to respond quickly to an emergency. Is there a plan for evacuation of residents in the event of a disaster? I ask this question because the facility is slated to have a BESS. So I think there is a true possibility of a disaster. And we get into all the issues, how will residents be notified, et cetera, et cetera. Existing wetlands are shown on maps with a 50-foot buffer, all right? But my question is whether there is modern confirmation of wetland areas by a qualified company. These wetland maps are typically pretty dated. I think the developer should have a company come in and look at what is the wetland situation today. Lighting, what kinds of lights will be used? How much light will be emitted? What is the reason for lighting? Will there be lighting mitigation? Number 7, noise. Noise is a major concern. We already have the marathon incessant noise in Pecan Plantation, and my home is 4.2 miles away. So I'm very concerned about noise from this facility, and what are noise levels from the turbines? What types of exhaust fans will be used for the data centers? What are the RPMs of the fans? How many fans will be used? I would like to note that there are new methods for minimizing noise from data centers. Will these new methods be used? And here's what I fear and what I have a vision of. Pacifico, the power provider, will allow hyperscalers to do whatever they see fit. It will be a repeat of what Constellation has allowed Marathon to do in Mitchell Bend. Just repeat the same story over again. Number 8, the plan states that there will be as many as 2,000 construction workers. Based on what I've read, some of these temporary employees will have criminal backgrounds. Will these temporary employees be vetted? If not, why not? I can attest to the fact that you can walk across the Brazos many months out of the year. My house and many others in Pecan Plantation are on the river, so the plan needs to address this issue. Then number 9, air pollution, major issue. What additional emission controls will be implemented when Hood County becomes a non-attainment zone in the Dallas-Fort Worth area? We know that's going to happen. The plan should address it. Number 10, and I think the plan needs to address impact of construction. What will be the hours? It looks like 3 years of construction, 3 years. What I am really looking for in the plan is how disturbance and noise will be mitigated. And those are just some of the things. There are many others, but again, I think there has to be a clear understanding of what these concept plans are and what they're supposed to do. Thank you.
Kevin Pratt.
Hello again, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you for the time. I'm going to stray for a little bit from prepared remarks briefly, just to answer Mr. Lowry's question, Mark Lowry. He said, what does this do for the county? What's the positive here? What's in the pro list? I think developers are probably hesitant to share exactly what those numbers are because frankly, we don't know yet. We don't want to oversell or not meet expectations or whatever. But I have been open and transparent in this meeting and with everyone else. And so I'll just give you what I think is the positive. Right now, the taxable value of Hood County is roughly $12 billion, I think. If our project, depending on who the occupant is, the taxable value will range probably from $6 billion to $27 billion. So even with the 50% tax abatement on that high end, it would more than double the tax revenue for the county. Now, what does that mean realistically? It means funds for schools. It means roads. It means services.
Ms. Highsmith, please. No comment while the speaker's going on.
Thank you. So it's also a low traffic development, and it's just extremely high valuable per acre for the county. The question has been asked, would I want this near my house in my county? The answer is absolutely yes. Those funds are, this does open the door for Hood County to have significant investment in the community. So now to Ms. Highsmith's question about the school district. One of the questions is why tax abatements? Well, with tax abatements, it's just a contract between the county and us, or between the school district and us, depending on who the taxable entity is. So yes, it is in Glen Rose ISD, but with a tax abatement, we could do a direct contribution to Granbury ISD and Toller ISD. Like that's totally on the table under a tax abatement. And we would love to do that, knowing that the community that's mostly being impacted is on the other side of the river. So that's a tool and tool chest, as Ms. Brown said. I don't think it should be balked at. Now, as to why we're actually here right now, there's a concept plan. I think Mr. Highsmith is correct that there's not total agreement on what a concept plan is. I think historically, it's been less than even 9 pages or many other pages. It's been drawn on a napkin and approved essentially. So as for our concept plan, let's see. One, it's not a political process, it's an administrative process. So you don't, preferably the committee or the Commissioner's Court is not reading the tea leaves politically. They're looking at the concept plan and the steps and saying, was this provided or was this not provided? That's what the question is, and to be done, in good faith. This is a checkpoint that essentially just says the submission is complete. We're aware of the issues that the county has, and we'll continue to work on that, as we go through the actual development plan. Extra information is provided. We provided the county extra information on water systems just this week, just because we've heard some of the commentary with the other projects or whatever else. But I'll just say that we believe our concept plan to be complete as a concept plan. Is it complete with all of the details for all of the systems? Of course it's not. We're not to that level yet. Subchapter K, 231, is not new to us. When we looked at getting land in Hood County, that's one of the first things we noticed was that the special authorities and provisions that the county has. And the question as a developer is, okay, what does that mean to me? And so we look at the regulations and look at there's residential regulations and non-residential regulations. And we look at the non-residential and say, what are the rules? If we're in a water quality district, which we are, what are the rules? And we looked at the rules and said, we can comply with those rules. 100%, we can protect the water and the watershed. We will comply with the rules to the county's, approval. So, let's see. Last thing I want to say is, if I get a little bit of time for the pause. So, I was the founder and petitioner for a charter school in California. I've been in this space before, standing before the school district with a lot of anti-charter school, anti-class school stuff, T-shirts, all matching T-shirts behind me, and not able to get a single person to come up and say, yes, we want this charter school. And yet, we had hundreds and hundreds of families that wanted the charter school. But they wouldn't come in front of the public and say, we want this because they're afraid of the pressure from their neighbors or whatever else. They're not comfortable with public speaking. Eventually, because the law is the law, we were fortunate and got the charter school approved. And what do you know? All the seats were filled, long waiting lists, and we just got approved for campuses 3, 4, and 5. I've been in the public here and heard a lot. I've talked with many of the people here. I've been received well, and I appreciate that. They've been cordial, and like I said, I appreciate that. But I've also been approached after almost every meeting with people who are supportive of this project. People who have given me their business cards and said, when you come, we'd like to provide services to your project. I've gotten emails the same from people. They're not going to show up and face, the opposition, but those people are there and they're constituents too. That's it. I'm available for questions. Happy to address what's needed. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jonathan Loper.
Commission, my name is Jonathan Loper. I'm a current resident in Pecan Plantation, and thanks for hearing me out today. And I appreciate you showing up at the Breakfast Club and trying to address our community. But, there are a lot of genuine concerns. And one thing that just pops out to me staring at this plan, I think I had to provide more information to get my residents approved for building in Pecan than what this is actually. I'm just seeing boxes and squares and, and I understand you don't know all the answers right now. And there's a big development and things move, but this is our home. And we're not really willing to take a chance on what makes sense on a spreadsheet and boxes and on a map. I don't think this tells the full picture. And so, sometimes it helps to just start with a simple question. So what problem are we trying to solve? This is not a debate about whether data centers are legal in the state of Texas. This is a question before you and this commission is, are they compatible with Hood County? And what's the land use patterns, the infrastructure capacity, the tax base, the long-term public welfare? And so I'd like to address an argument that I've heard today that was raised that a landowner has the right to buy land and build whatever they want. No one here disputes private property rights. Texas has always respected them, but Texas law has never granted an unrestricted right to use the land in any manner, regardless of its location, impact, or the compatibility. If that were the case, counties would not exist. Zoning would not exist, and land use planning would be meaningless. Owning land does not create an entitlement to industrial use. Counties exist precisely to balance the individual ownership with the public good, to ensure that one land does not use or impose disproportionate cost on its surrounding residents, infrastructure, or future generations. So we're here right now addressing the Pacifico development and its proximity to Pecan. Pecan Plantation is not vacant land waiting to be defined. It's a mature, long-established residential community with thousands of residents' homes, recreational facilities, and fixed expectations about the land use and the quality of life. Introducing industrial power infrastructure and data center scale facilities near such a community does not improve a functioning system. It introduces fragility. Approving a project like Pacifico near Pecan does not occur in isolation. It sets a precedent that industrial use land is acceptable adjacent to our residential communities in Hood County. And once that precedent is established, it tends to replicate. You don't get one project, you get many. And that brings us to incentives. Incentives matter enormously. If the county allows subsidies or activity, or subsidize the activity, it should expect more of that. That's not ideological. That's how systems behave, which is why I urge this county to continue to decline tax abatements and economic incentives for these facilities. It's beyond me how industry with trillions of dollars behind them is asking for tax abatements on the back of its residential local citizens. These data centers are going to impose an extraordinary demand on our public infrastructure, power, water, roads, emergency services, all while offering a limited long-term community benefit. Incentives shift risk and cost onto residents and small businesses who did not ask for it. How many orphan wells are there in the state of Texas? What you're facing now is not a routine development decision. It's a multi-generational decision, one that's going to shape the land use, the infrastructure demand, property values, and the quality of life for decades to come. This is not a reversible decision. Once it's here, it's here. You can always allow something later on. You cannot easily undo it once the precedent is set. And so for that reason, the most rational first step is straightforward. Adopt an immediate countywide moratorium on data centers and power plants. The moratorium that you'll be putting up to vote in February, it's not hostile and it's not anti-business. It's simply buying time to evaluate the impacts before we make irreversible choices. Thank you for your time.
Judy Hatch.
Again, thank you for letting me speak, Judge Massengill and the commissioners. I also live in Pecan Plantation. I'm very, very worried. One thing, I am less than 3.8 miles away from the whatever it is, the Bitcoin, and I hear it every day. I'm less than a mile away, if this thing goes in, from the thing across the river. Are we going to, and he cannot guarantee us what those data centers are going to be. Am I going to have 5 Bitcoins across the river from me? If we do, we may as well pack up and leave because it's not going to be pretty. Also, one other thing, being on this water board in California, we were sued numerous times. It's probably inevitable that somebody on one side or the other is going to sue you. So you better get good backing from a lawyer. That's it. I'm against the abatements. I'm against it all. Thank you.
Our last speaker on this. Is there anyone else that wishes to say anything? If not.
Robinson.
Still a public hearing, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really come expecting to speak today, but I did send all of you, each of you, an email yesterday with a letter. I don't know if you recall receiving it. If you look at those tracts of land right there where that arrow is, to one of those right there. I own 6.6 acres right there across from where this is going to be. My grandson owns a riverfront lot right beside of me. I'm a real estate broker who runs my business in Pecan Plantation.
Can you state your name, please?
Oh, Lana Robinson. I'm sorry. And I've sold in the last 4 or 5 months probably 5 houses on Ravenswood and Bell Chase. It's going to be right across from there. So I'm going to expect a whole lot of blowback on me that I should have known about this. But no, it was so stealth that we didn't know about it. I mean, I would have, if I thought there was something really bad coming, I'd have probably tried to sell my own property. But I'm just saying, this is, even if that was flipped, even if those buildings were on that end where they're not going to be seen from our side, they're going to be an eyesore as well as all of these other things we've said. But I want you to think about Hood County in general, too, about real estate values and prices and properties that haven't been sold. I'm getting a lot of calls. I had one contract already canceled because of this. They don't want to move to Pecan because they've heard about this potential thing coming. And we've worked on tourism. We've worked for years. Our chamber, in Granbury, in our county, has promoted historic Granbury, historic Brazos River, all of these quaint shops, a hallmark community. And this is just not consistent with what we have built in our community, for our county at large. And I'm very concerned about what this impact is going to be. There are plenty of barren areas where things like this could go in. I don't understand why they suddenly want to be right in the middle of where there's a lot of people and homes. And it's going to destroy the dreams and plans and futures for people who came here to retire. They put their entire savings, some of them, into their homes. Their equity is all some people have. And so as a resident myself, but as a realtor, I'm just saying this is going to have a tremendous, I believe, negative impact on Pecan Plantation properties, because when people begin to know that this has happened and people start having to disclose that this is what's coming, then people are not going to want to build there. And I think, you know, we're supposed to be getting a new golf course in Pecan. If some of you live there, you know we've just voted that. And the idea is, oh, we're going to have all of these new people coming in, paying these initiation fees, and that's going to help fund everything. We're not going to have to raise dues. Well, I don't see that happening if this is approved. So I'm asking you, think very carefully and see what we can do to slow down, resist, whatever we need to do to stop the intrusion of these people coming into our county and taking away our plans, I mean, for our community, the image that we've wanted and that we've worked so hard and spent a lot of money in order to promote it that way, our festivals, our weekend activities, the things that people love. But the Brazos River, I mean, I grew up on the Brazos River. My parents developed a fishing resort on Lake Whitney, and I grew up there. And this is going to change our river, our lake, our county. Is just, it's a collective nightmare for all of us. And I just urge you to vote not just against everything, not just this plan, but against data centers coming into Hood County. Thank you.
Ms. Robinson, I have a question. You said you're a realtor.
Yes.
So one of the things with real estate is always forward-looking, like what's coming down the road. Are you seeing any indicators of property values?
Well, we've had a slowdown, you know, in property sales already. We've had high interest rates. We've had a lot of houses on the market. They've lingered. So property values have already gone down as a result of just supply and demand and normal things. But now we're talking about an additional hurdle, an additional challenge for people that are wanting to sell their properties, especially those with high value properties. I mean, I have a $1 million property, not counting that one, but where I live. And I can see it's not going to be worth, it's probably going to be worth maybe what I paid for it, but I don't see it ever increasing in value, and it might be hard to sell for the reasons that I'm saying. If they can go somewhere else and not have to deal with this, because people are retiring to get away from all of this. These are the people that came from places that had industry and big airports and traffic to come to a rural area to escape a lot of that. And it will no longer be an escape place or a haven. And like I say, even if those buildings, and I'm not suggesting that I like it, but even if they were on the back side of their property instead of on the front side, right against the river, that's just unthinkable in my mind. I mean, it doesn't make even a good sense from anyone's planning if they're trying to appeal to you to get you to approve or go along with it. Why just put it right in your face like that? Thank you.
Judge, may I ask a question of Mr. Pratt? If you don't mind. May I ask a question? May I ask Mr. Pratt a question? This is as the development chairperson. So you said that local government code 231 sub K was not new to you.
That's right.
So there are 254 counties in the state of Texas, and Hood County is the only county that has that local government code is specific to Hood County. So I'm wondering, obviously you read that. If I were a developer and I read that, I would, it's a state law. It would be a big red flag to me that I might be up against something that would, impede my ideas and development. So what is it that went beyond that made you decide on this county?
Well, there's two things on that. One is we're at the mercy of who will sell their land to us, first of all. Not everyone picks up the phone when they call them to try to purchase property. That limits the pool significantly. Second, just part of the same thing is just where are the resources? Where's the natural gas that's needed for the power plant? Where are the lots big enough that you can have plenty of space? And then as far as the subchapter K specifically, like I said, I mean, we're looking not just in Texas. Counties throughout the U.S. have different rules and regulations. And I don't know that subchapter K was unique to Fort Hood, and maybe, Hill County has a different section that's unique to them. We just take it on its face and read the regulations and say, can we comply with this or not? To be frank, when we first read the subchapter K, it's like, okay, obviously they're trying to protect the water. That's achievable. We can definitely do that. And so it didn't dissuade us.
When you were looking at Hood County, did you then looked at our development regulations, I guess, before you even submitted anything? And so in reading those, you felt like that you could comply with all of those?
That's right, yes. And that's standard practice. We're not going to obviously spend money on the option payments or surveys or whatever else without first doing just kind of a general desktop review of what's required in that jurisdiction.
And you're aware under choice of law that we can go with the more stringent regulation such as
That's right. We plan accordingly, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think a general statement that we're dealing with difficulty here is these concept plans are due very early in the process. Thus, the end users aren't necessarily in place. Mr. Pratt, works for Pacifico, who's the power company, and is not necessarily even the second or third degree actual data center developer that's going to develop this property. There could be a different developer involved by the time it comes online. There will certainly be other companies involved when the shapes of these actual buildings go into effect. And so one question I had for Clint over there is that this is a water quality district, And from my understanding, section 5.4.c is that in a water quality district, if you had a non-residential use over 1,000 square feet, they'd have to demonstrate centralized water and wastewater. And from what I understand, based on discussions with AMUD, is that that line going across there is not a done deal. And so if that doesn't go in, then he would be forced to use the wells that are currently on the property, which in my mind would not be in alignment with our current regulations. And so just curious if you would.
A public water system becomes a public water system when it's certified as a public water system by TCEQ. You have Aqua Texas, you have tons of private water companies around here that provide a public service, but they're not a MUD, they're a private water company. They use groundwater, but their wells have been certified as public, which means they got to go through testing, they got to go through everything that a MUD or a water company in the city or a MUD has to do. So yes, a well can be certified as public water.
And then I guess a follow-up question to that would be our definition of centralized wastewater is something more in line with like an AMUD type with a minimum 15 service connections, which I don't believe would be the case if they did a well.
If it's certified as public, which Aqua Texas has public sewer, they're not a MUD. I mean, there could be private companies that have public water and public sewer that it's got to go through the process with TCEQ.
And it does not have to have 15 service connections. All it has to do is serve a certain number of people for 60 days out of a 365-year day, or year.
Okay. I just thought when I read the definition of centralized water, it did specify a minimum of 15 service connections in our permit regulations.
The public utilities in TCEQ have defined a public utility as one that serves 15 connections, or, and don't quote me on this because I'm not 100%, serves 25 people for a total of 60 days out of a 365-day year. If they were to have 25 employees at that facility, that would make it a public utility. And the water would have to be certified as a public utility.
Okay, understandable. I just think we may have to adjust our regulations in order to make it comply with this plan if the AMUD service doesn't go in, which again is up to a vote of that board independent of our county, which we don't control. So in my mind, there are risks associated.
I agree. Commissioner Eagle helped me with one a couple of years ago. We just need to refer to the statute instead of, because if TCEQ changes their definition, we got to go back and change our stuff, and it's hard to keep up. So Commissioner Eagle helped me with one about 2-3 years ago. We just referred to the statute and took all the other stuff out.
And obviously my contention is that we wouldn't change our definition. So thank you.
You have a couple more.
Hi, Mr. Pratt. So you did a desktop review and decided that this was a good location and all that. So you've done these in other states, other places, other locations. Would you mind just really telling us what this is going to look like, what this could look like? Hopefully it won't exist, but what it does look like elsewhere, the bright light, you know, is it lighted up? Is it loud? What are the decibels? What's it like to live there? Can people sleep at night? Things like that.
Sure. Well, I'm not the data center guy. I'm the power guy. So I don't have the power guy. We do the energy systems, not the data center systems. So
could the data center go away?
No, we would only bring the power if the data center was coming also. So in terms of what it would actually look like, I mean, it would look like like this concept plan, most likely. And,
Is it going to be a big, tall building? Is it going to have bright lights? I mean, what's it going to look like?
so, I mean, the buildings of the data centers, they look essentially like warehouses. They're firm, well-built structural buildings housing.
Wall packs on the outside?
Wall packs?
Wall packs are lights, bright lights.
So that's like way down the road as far as our planning. We don't do the lights yet. The lights that we have, I mean, my instructions to our engineers is to make it as dark as possible, but to comply with the regulations that we have to.
So what's your finished product?
But it's a data center and power plant.
Right, but you can't tell us what it looks like.
Well, no, not exactly yet. You have to understand, this is a process of development, and supplies change. If we plan for one building and some materials aren't available, we might have to adjust a little bit. If those turbines are not available when it comes time to execute, then we have to switch to other turbines. So it's not an exact. I think that's the purpose of this concept plan, is not to give details, but to say, we're doing a data center and power plant, not a chicken farm or a paper mill. This is the concept. I mean, it's frustrating. I'm not trying to be cute or hide anything. It's just not time yet for the details. To do a full engineering.
When you say it's not time for the details,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be rude or anything like that, please. I just want you, as an empathetic person, if you're doing charter schools, if you have an interest in education and children and things like that, I'm just asking you to share with us. What's it going to look like? What's it going to be like to live there? Are people going to sleep at night? I'm light sensitive. I hear everything. I don't know if anybody can even sleep in their homes across the river. And another thing too is, everything looks great because you have Google Earth and Google Maps and Google this and Google that. Okay, but do you realize how precious the Brazos River is for recreation in the state of Texas? How few places there are in the entire state where people can go canoeing, where they can go fishing, where they have that availability. And I don't understand your site selection criteria.
So let me just address at a very high level. I believe that we can be good neighbors. I believe that it can be dark and quiet. I mean, you can find on the internet the worst examples. You don't even have to. You can experience them in your county. You know what I mean? Of noise for power plants and data centers. But look up the best examples. There are data centers and power plants that are in urban and suburban areas that are not contested and win awards for being best power plant of the year. So there's a way for us to be there and to be a good neighbor, to provide extreme value to the county in terms of tax revenue, and to not be an eyesore or introduce new traffic or all the other issues that could come with, say, a 5,000 home development. I mean, this is an asset for the county, and it can be done in a way that can be a good neighbor. That's my belief. I think to get that done contractually, probably that happens through tax abatements, but I believe it can happen regardless. I mean, that's how I feel.
I believe you're going to be a monolithic box above a giant neighborhood in a valley that was a pecan orchard that fits into their environment. I don't think you fit into the environment there, and I think that you're going to hinder the recreation. And I think you're going to hinder the recreation of the camps, the places for kids, the canoe rentals, all that sort of thing.
So one point I wanted to make earlier with the commission and the judge, and for the public as well, our site is not a recreational area. It is a sand mine and industrial operations happening there now. And the other half of our site has a sand mine lease on it that's set to begin before 2030 and continue indefinitely. This is not the Boy Scout camp. This is not the sandy beaches. This is natural gas production and pipelines and sand mining and industrial operations.
The river is the recreation.
Right, and that's why we protect the river at all. That's a design specification for all of our work going forward, is protect the river. Well, you see the basin on the far left-hand side, that's the north side. The idea is you capture all the rainwater in that basin. That's only for rainwater, no operational water on there. The purpose of the basin is to make sure we meter the flow so that it matches what's happening today. So we do all the studies, we measure all the hydrology, we find out how much watershed there is today, and then we use a pond and size it appropriately so that we can make sure that whatever was happening today is what will happen going forward. That's how we do it. Any wastewater that we've treated is over on the south side of the property on the right. Further, it's over half a mile away from the Brazos, and it has, all the appropriate testing and treatment and dissipation of the water, for wastewater, and that's monitored.
Is that a detention or a retention?
I don't know the difference.
You don't know the difference?
No.
Okay, you said metering. So because you said metering, I'm going to guess that that's a detention pond.
Well, when I say metering, I just say matching the watershed to what it is currently. What I mean is having a measured response.
The water into the watershed.
The rainwater, yes,
The runoff.
exactly.
Okay. Well,
Ms. Keller, could you come?
Sure.
I was going to just say, just so you could come up to the front if you had any more questions, but I was going to, yeah, sorry. Well, let me go ahead and start asking my questions, Ms. Keller.
Let me tell you what we're going to do. We're going to take a break right now. All right? We've been doing this all day. I've been here since 8 o'clock this morning. We're going to take a break for about 10 minutes. Okay, we're still in the public hearing here on C here on Fort Spunky Pacifico. Are we finally finished?
Well, I have some questions for Mr. Pratt.
And Mr. Pratt?
Thank you for coming and speaking openly with the questions.
Sure.
I have some questions on your cover sheet, kind of this page. Yeah.
Okay.
So just for perspective, it says the total acreage is 682, and then the area under disturbance is 300 acres. Is that phase one, or is that all phases?
So I think maybe since, or maybe just prior to submitting this, I don't know the date. Oh, yeah, the acres is 862. Yeah, not, sorry, you said 682.
I'm sorry.
So yeah, acreage is 682.
Sorry, it's like.
Yeah, that's the full, that's all phases.
But the area, the disturbance area is 300. Is that just phase one, or is that all phases?
That's everything.
Okay. So I just don't think that the map, that we were looking at earlier really does it justice. Is about, and I know I've said this before, but just to get a perspective that 300 acres is like 1.5 AT&T Dallas Cowboy stadiums, including all the parking lots. So this is a huge area that we're talking about. And the 862 is like 8 Dallas Cowboy stadiums, including all the parking lots. So we need to understand that this is a big area, and with all those buildings within 300 acres, that's a lot of water runoff that's going to happen. On the second page, you have the mention of a BES, and I know that I asked Fire Marshal Young to be here, and he's waited all day for me to ask this question. So have you looked at the NFPA 855? And I asked Fire Marshal, he has not reviewed your plans at all yet. So
I mean, not being an engineer, I've heard that the updated standards for Texas, the 855, and have sent those to our engineers just to make sure we're compliant, which our process we would be anyway. But just since it's been brought up, I've raised that to their attention.
So how big of a BES do you think it is?
In our current form, I think probably 60 megawatts.
So can you
it could change as our design gets refined, but roughly.
So have you seen or driven by? I know you've been in Granbury quite a few times, or in Hood County, and have you seen Apache Hill?
I haven't driven over to Apache Hill.
So I was just going to ask you for perspective. How?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not sure how big that one is.
Bigger, smaller?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure how large that one is.
I
can probably find.
So, one of the things that it says,
I'm
sorry, one of the things in subchapter K and in our regulations says that we need to make sure that it doesn't create a public safety hazard. So I don't know if you know that Gillespie County just issued an injunction on a BES that was going to be built there because they felt like it was not following the NFPA 855 standards and causing a public safety hazard. So that's something to.
So one thing I'll just offer as comment, given the value of the assets like I described before, regardless of what the county or state requires, the banks and investors will require a very high level of obviously safety and equipment and preparedness, just because of the value of the assets.
Okay. So on number 13, it says the primary water service is planned via AMUD with supplemental on concept wells. In our regulations on 5.4.C, it says no office use exceeding 1,000 square feet or industrial use of any size shall be located within the water quality district, which you've stated that this is in, unless the use is served by both centralized water and wastewater systems. It doesn't say will be or can be, it says is. So you're currently not served by centralized. You're not sure whether AMUD will be able to, according to the minutes from their meeting, they said it was about $8 million to go under the Brazos River, and they don't have that in their current plan.
So we would cover, obviously, any of the infrastructure on AMUD's part, the cost of it. And then as for whether it is served or would be served, it's a challenging thing just because it would exclude any new development, whatsoever, because service is not there already. So I think our reading is that it could be and would be served centrally, either by AMUD or with our own on-site centralized service.
But at this point, you haven't had an approved application with AMUD or?
No, we asked them for the
spoken with?
formal process and had a call with them yesterday. We'll probably submit a formal request, if not this week, then next. Our request is probably going to be 20,000 gallons per day. I know I've been saying 10, but it sounds like, frankly, 10 is very, very little. 20 is even very, very little. It doesn't make a dent in their system. So just to be safe, and it would help us fill our closed loop faster. So we think we'll use way less than 10,000 gallons per day. Just to be safe, our intention is to request, I think, 20,000 gallons per day.
But you said in the minutes with AMUD that it's up to 100,000 gallons a day.
That's what our initial, before we had deep conversations with some of the data center providers, that's what our initial kind of range was, up to maybe 100,000 or 200,000 gallons per day. But since then, given the turbines that we have access to and the data center, our conversation with data center developers, it's actually way less water. It's the equivalent of like a Denny's restaurant.
So speaking of the turbines, those are like jet engines, right?
There are air derivatives, yes, they're the same. Yep.
So is
and
that?
so as for water use, I mean, obviously jet engines don't use a lot of water.
No, but the turbines that are for the power, those are similar to jet engines.
Yes, they are.
So
same technology.
And there's 16 of them?
That's what's currently on the air permit. As I mentioned before, depending on supply chain availability, we may have to use a different model, in which case it could go up or down.
So would that be similar to having 8 747s over there with their jet engines all going?
Yes, if you package them and house them and did all your noise mitigation. So not just out on the runway. It sounds like you're alluding to the noise.
Yeah, because you mentioned turbines,
but they are different.
Reminded me of that question.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so the AMUD notes say that it's 100,000 gallons per day, but you haven't submitted, you're going to submit an application, so you're not sure if the water's you're going to be able to get that water. And
from AMUD, we're not sure. I think they'll have to approve that.
Yeah, and then the Upper Trinity, Doug Shaw's here. I don't know if you want to come and say anything or, sure.
Judge, Commissioners, I'm here to answer any questions. You're correct, and you said that they had not, we have not received any applications from them. There are, and Kyle, correct me if I'm wrong, there's a handful of wells that were 3 wells that were previously used for the sand mining operation. Technically, those are still under the previous owner. I don't know if the property, is it transitioned yet? Have y'all purchased? So technically they'll have to transfer those, but they still can't use those wells because those wells were, there's a historic use permit for those wells, but that was for the mining operation. And if you're familiar, I think it was the guitar case that went all the way to the Texas Supreme Court. You can't change the use type on those permits. So they're going to have to apply for a new permit. And we have not received an application for that. And once we do, again, like I said last time, it's a very public process. We post notice, people can come contest the applications if they want to, so.
I got a couple of general questions on the Upper Trinity.
Yes, sir.
I have read that the recharge average of the Upper Trinity is a little less than 1 inch a year. Is that valid, or?
No, that's a good way to look at it, Commissioner. I mean, think of it this way, maybe 10% of the rainfall will make it into the subsurface. Of that 10%, 90% of that is then lost through evapotranspiration, or so roots taking it up and transpiring into the air, or it's lost through discharge through lateral movement, like seasonal springs, stuff like that, and seeps. So you're right, very, very little water gets back in. I mean, you know, it's a fraction of a percent of what's taken out gets back in.
So you and I haven't had a chance to talk about the current status of the, you know, where you're at with the Upper Trinity right now.
Yes, sir.
In a while, right? But
correct.
So the question that begs is, at this point in time, based on the usage, and the Upper Trinity goes all the way up to Montague.
Correct. Yes, sir. To the
and
river.
we're the southernmost county in those out of 4 counties.
Yes, sir.
Have you got is more being taken out now than is recharging? I guess that's the.
Yeah, I would say hundreds of times more is being taken out than is being recharged.
So that means there's a someday.
I will use a good example of what happens when you overpump an aquifer like the Trinity group of aquifers. AMUD is a perfect example, right? AMUD set up their system back in the 70s, started drilling the wells. You know, they're transitioning. They've gone in. They're using water out of the lake now, transitioning away from groundwater because the production from their wells has fallen off. As water levels fall, production. You know, let's say a public water supply well like at AMUD. When they drilled them in the 70s, probably made 100+ gallons a minute. Now they're making 40 to 70 gallons a minute because water levels fall, production falls. And that's what happens over time. It's virtually impossible to squeeze every last drop out of the type of aquifer that this is. But what happens is when water levels fall, the production values fall from the wells to the point where eventually it just becomes economically non-viable.
And if we could, I'm just trying to get some general info out here, because you take an aquifer, for instance, like the Edwards Aquifer, and you get a really good rainfall, it's like a water tank. It fills right back up, right?
Correct. The Edwards is what's called a karst aquifer, which are literally caves and crevices that immediately fill with water. Like if you're driving down 281 to San Antonio, you see those sensitive Edwards aquifer recharge zones. If something, you have a tanker spill, then whatever's in that tanker can get immediately into the aquifer. What we have up here is a sand. Most aquifers in the world are actually sand that hold water and not caves.
And it's kind of like a sponge, right?
Yes, sir.
And like even in a local area, if you're pulling water, it can slow it down, and then it has to recharge, so to speak.
Correct.
Or explain. I'm not doing a very good job.
No, you're doing a great job. So every time you pump a well, it creates what's called a cone of depression, right? It basically like a V-shaped area where you desaturate the sands around the well, and the bigger the higher capacity, the higher gallons per minute, the further out that cone of depression reaches. And then when you've got multiple wells and those cones of a depression interact with each other, and that compounds. And then after a period of large pumping, I'm going to use Montague County because it's the most rural of our counties. And when the Barnett Shale was blowing and going, it was like 4 or 5 times the amount of groundwater pumped in a year. I mean, it more than tripled, quadrupled. And so you saw water levels falling across the county. We're still seeing those recovery. And that recovery isn't rainfall coming back in. That's water levels just coming back. Water levels were moving from where the water was in stasis in those sands to the pumping centers. And once the pumping stopped, then the water's trying to move back up, and it takes years for it to slowly come back to where it was. And it's coming back to a level lower than what it started. The thing about, this type of use or residential use or public water supply versus that oil and gas use, that oil and gas is cyclical. right? You know, you might have 3 or 4 years of heavy use and it goes away for a while. This type of use that doesn't go away, you never get that opportunity for the aquifer to recover after the pumping.
So, and there's 2 places to get water, is either out of the aquifer, like here in Hood County.
Yes, sir.
Either out of the aquifer or out of the surface water, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And so if they resorting to drilling more wells and getting water out of the aquifer, the type of usage that I'm hearing about, and I may be incorrect in that, but we could be talking about some serious, well, what are you going to do with the opportunity to deal with that? I guess would be the best question.
Well, that is a good question. I mean, potentially some of the largest permits we've ever seen, right?
It's not just one.
Right. It's not just one. And honestly, it's not. I think there's more discussion of this in Hood County than our other 3 counties, but the discussions are starting there. So we're very aware of it. Now, as Commissioner, as you know, you can't really treat different people differently, right? But there are things we can consider. Tools that we have from Chapter 36 of the Water Code that we can consider, you know, impacts on registered exempt wells. So folks that have registered their wells, we can consider the impacts on those wells. We can consider impacts on groundwater in general. We have desired future conditions. So this is something that we get together with other groundwater districts, basically look out 50 years in the future, and we identify how we want to manage this aquifer so that there's so much left, right? And then we have to take into consideration how we can meet those future conditions, right? And then spacing, permit limitations. We issue, because groundwater is a property right in Texas, we issue permits based on acreage owned or controlled. So you get, and the thickness of the aquifer, right? Because in Crescent, Texas, there's a lot more aquifer below the surface than there is in Lipan. You know what I'm saying? In Lipan, the bottom of the aquifer is 40, 50 feet below surface, and that's it. You know, in Crescent, you go 700 feet, and what you hit is at the surface in Lipan, basically, right? So based on the thickness of the aquifer below you and the acreage under control is how we allocate. And then, you know, obviously we have tools in the toolbox that if water levels are falling at a more rapid rate than what we had estimated or planned, then we can take steps to kind of rein that in. Those aren't popular, but they are tools in the toolbox given to us by the legislature. I have not, don't know the specifics about that, but ultimately what happens, you know, when you get large water use, you know, heavy pumping, you know, you're pulling water into that area from the sands. And so, you know, depending on how far away people are, at what rate they're pumping, and if they're pumping 24/7 or if they're allowing recovery times during the day, you know, it's nothing. You would expect people in the area to see some impact, right? That's why I'm telling everybody, you know, I know it's, hey, we're the big bad government, right? But you know, it's important to register your wells. We can't consider those wells unless we know where they are, to make sure that any new well is properly drilled properly far away. And then also, you know, we have a monitoring oil program where we come out and measure water levels in people's wells. That way, if water levels are falling more than they should be, and honestly they shouldn't be, but right, it's managed depletion. Let's just be honest. In Texas, that's how we manage groundwater. It's managed depletion. We're mining a resource. And by that, and for those that may not know what mining aquifers means, it means that you're knowingly taking out more than's going back in. And so, you know, there are things that we can do to mitigate impacts to neighbors, but we have to know where those wells are so we can use those tools that we have.
Yeah. So I guess you're learning about this as we are, but we have 3 in my precinct. One of them is, we'll talk about next, but it's not necessarily drilling any wells.
Right.
But the other 3, the one in precinct 1 and the other 2, no, it's a concern.
No,
is there enough water to supply all of these?
I mean, you know, I'm not going to step out and make a big speculation, but I mean, it concerns me that I'm left another meeting to come here and sit here all afternoon. I mean, I want to know what's going on. It's concerning, right? It's ultimately, you know, everything we read about the type of water, the volume of water used by these data centers and the power generation that they're talking about putting on site as well. Like I said, these are going to be some of the biggest permits we've ever seen. And so it's going to be a lot. And, you know, I know my board's going to have a lot of, you know, they're used to seeing, this isn't, you know, east of, out around Bastrop and east of Austin where people can drill a well and make 3,000 gallons a minute. We don't deal with this massive type of development and people looking to move water out of this area somewhere else. You know, some of the most productive wells in our district are in, you know, in eastern Hood County and then eastern Wise County, and they make just over 100 gallons a minute, which seems like a lot to us, but in the grand scheme of things, that's actually pretty small. And so, you know, we're not used to seeing these massive permits, so it's going to be interesting, right? I mean, you know, I believe we have rules in place to do what we need to do, but it is concerning the sheer number of them, right?
Well, thank you for coming and waiting until.
No.
Is it 4:30 already?
Yes, ma'am.
4:30.
My daughter's probably wondering where I am, but that's fine.
All right.
And all of you guys, seriously, y'all know, y'all can reach out to me anytime if y'all have any questions or anything.
So, Mr. Pratt.
Thank you, Doug.
So someone mentioned this earlier, but when you filed your TCEQ air permit, you accidentally put it in Johnson County.
Yeah, well, our consultant did, but yes. It's been revised. It's in Hood County now.
Okay. So in your document here, you also stated that there would be approximately 2,000 employees during construction, and I think it's, where did it go? 20?
I think that's a conservative estimate. I think there'll probably be less than that at peak construction, but yes.
Yeah, so in our traffic, in our regulations, if there's more than 500 trips, there's supposed to be a traffic impact analysis. I didn't see that in here. Did you provide a traffic impact analysis?
For the concept plan, you mean? Or
Yes.
for the development plan?
Well, it's required during the concept phase, according to our regulations.
We only have what was provided, or provided what was there.
Okay. Well, so it says that the decision by the court, the Commissioner's Court shall determine whether to approve with conditions, or disapprove the concept plan application based on the criteria contained in subsection F. Subsection F talks about the land use regulations and the standards set forth in Article 5. Talks about adversely affecting physical environment, and in particular the water quality of the county's water resource. Concept plan will not adversely affect adjacent land uses, and will not, development subject to the concept plan will not create a public safety hazard. The other things that are in here are and I already read that part about is served by both centralized water and wastewater systems. Talks about preservation of natural features, land lying within the 100-year floodplain and other significant natural features. So is the river a significant natural feature?
It is. It's on our site plan.
Okay. That when maintained in a natural state, preserve water quality and shall be, when maintained in a natural state, preserve water quality, I don't know, this must have preserve water quality subject to density transfer provisions. Anyway, it talks about that. And then at the determination of adequate facilities, so the adequate facilities, again, have to do with the things that are mentioned in here in section 6, but Commissioners Court shall apply adequate civility standards contained in this article or in Article 5 at the time of concept plan, is what it says. In the event that a proposed development subject to a concept plan is not adequately served by one or more facilities, the Commissioners Court may deny the concept plan. And one of the facilities is the traffic impact analysis. So I think we know that just from visiting the data center out in Abilene, we know that what happens during construction of this is huge. Like I said, 1.5 times the Dallas Cowboy Stadium. I just, you have to try to wrap your mind around how big that is. This isn't like a new Walmart. It's not like 5 new Walmarts all together. I mean, this is huge. So knowing what, the amount of traffic that's going to be going in and out of there for construction materials, we need to make sure that the county roads are prepared for that, that the 2174 is prepared for that. So,
sure. So on the traffic study and plan, obviously this is an iterative process with the county. We've had back and forth with the county, on this concept plan, and before we'll be responsive to whatever is asked as far as information. A traffic analysis and completion sounds premature for a concept plan before the site development plan even. But if the county wants to ask for some traffic analysis on that and give us some idea of what would be sufficient on that, and in that vein, then we're happy to comply.
Well,
and I would say also just it may not be publicly known, there'll also be opportunity to do bonds, like we'll have to do road bonds probably to make sure that we restore all of the roads to their current condition, following all the construction. We will not leave the county roads in tatters. That's not an option.
I just have some general questions about Pacifico.
Yes, ma'am.
So there was an article, it's called, I think, the ROI of, let's see, where is it? You might know it, it's on your website. It talks about the rapid growth of artificial intelligence is driving massive increases in electricity demand from data centers. So that's just, you're building a power plant, but you acknowledge that data centers are massive, and you also have a large data center can use millions of kilowatt hours every year.
That's right.
You also talk about adopting clean energy. What do you consider clean energy?
So historically, we've also done a lot of renewables. So we've done solar, we've done wind, offshore wind, battery systems. We've done a variety of technologies. So some of our customers want solar on their site as well.
So you consider solar and wind to be clean, renewable?
We consider it to be renewable, yes.
Yeah. So, that's...
Look, we're agnostic as to energy sources.
Yeah. So
if a customer wants it, then we'll provide the energy.
While cost savings are vital, renewable energy also supports broader environmental, social, and governance (ESG) goals. So your company is supportive of ESG?
Well, our company is employed by those companies that have ESG goals frequently. If sustainability is part of a company's vision and plan, and that means they want solar or wind or whatever, they'll come to an energy developer like us and say, can you give us solar? And that's one of the things that we've done.
So in the state of Texas, there have been some laws where the state government has mentioned ESG, and it doesn't look very favorable on that concept as a whole. But there's,
sure.
And renewable energy is, can reference a movie that's filmed very near here, but they just talked about this, and there's also lots of information out there about how wind turbines, renewable energy is a falsity, right? There is, how do you renew old wind blades and turbines? There's cemeteries out in Sweetwater with wind blades and turbines, and they're not recyclable, they're fiberglass. So, renewable is just a false label.
Well,
So,
I can just give you my personal take on it. I'm glad to be doing gas power plants because, there's no incentives, no government incentives or tax breaks or whatever. Like, there's no manipulation of the market. It's just, we have a customer that wants power and we look at the resources and the costs and say we can do it or not. So I'm happy that that's now a major part of our business.
so because I was mentioning earlier, because, the part that I just read that said if a concept doesn't comply with these elements of the facilities that you have already you have not already complied with these, and I'll go back, sorry, I'm trying to find that page again, please. In the event that a proposed development subject to a concept plan is not adequately served by one or more of the facilities, Commissioners Court may deny the concept plan. So I'm going to make a motion that we deny your concept plan until you can fulfill the elements listed in our guidelines, in our regulations. So one of those is a traffic study, traffic impact analysis. One of those is ensuring that you're served by a centralized water source. Anything else you want to add? So that's the motion. Oh, I'm sorry. It's only 4:30.
I guess I would just say, if this is my last chance, we've operated in good faith with the county, like I've said. We rely on the county staff to let us know if it completely meets the standard or does not. So I would take that into account as well. We've been communicating with the staff, for a year now, trying to be compliant and asking what that takes. So anyway, I would urge you to approve the concept plan. If there are no other questions, then I'll have a seat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Meeks.
Judge Massengill, Commissioners. I am not yet quite a full-time resident of your county, but I pay taxes here. I purchased a lot with my lovely bride of 39 years in Pecan Plantation. After finding out we bought that lot, we found out about this fun project. We pumped the brakes on starting building. You've heard from a realtor today who spoke to you earlier, who talked about issues she's dealing with blowback from her clients. If you do a little homework, there's some Bloomberg articles about property values, typically within a 2 to 5 mile radius of data centers. Broader stories can be painted with nice pictures. They like to talk about Virginia. Virginia, most data centers there are actually in municipalities that have ability to govern and regulate. And they're behind berms to block sound. They're not in red neighborhoods. What we're talking about here is one, as you've heard, is 1,300 feet from one of the residents. There's no way you're going to get sound mitigation to not disturb that neighbor. Subchapter K has been talked about a lot today. You, as county commissioners, have a tool no other county in Texas has to protect the river, to protect your citizens, to protect your constituents, your neighbors. My wife and I want to be your neighbors. We spent 2 years looking for where we wanted to move from where we are today, which is Bee Cave, Texas, outside of Austin. When we moved there, we were relatively rural. Off our back deck, we can see a ranch owned by a guy named Michael Dell. When we put that ranch there, it was out in the middle of nowhere. The city has grown to meet us and envelop us almost. We're looking for something like the Granbury area. And as I said, we took 2 years to find it. We looked at Brock, we looked at Kelly Ranch, we looked at Bella Ranch, we looked at all kinds of places in the general vicinity and settled on Granbury and Pecan Plantation. So I implore you to use that tool that you have as Subchapter K to slow the process You've also now heard this afternoon about the water demands and how that could be damaging to aquifers over time with this much demand coming on so quickly. Mr. Hughes earlier today kind of veiled threatened you guys a little bit on the phone while playing the game of being the victim. He veiled threatened you, and in a couple ways he phrased some things. These developers do understand the county limitations of control and the ability to jurisdict how lands are used in Texas. The state keeps most of that out of the county's hands. But again, you have subchapter K. You can get a moratorium in place to slow down. Mr. Hughes knows that by getting a conditional approval from you, he's checked the box that he needs to try to push forward. As I think Commissioner Andrews pointed out, he's kind of addressed these things, he's given us his data. Well, now he's good to go. There's not a lot he has to do to actually come back to this body once he gets that in his hand. The standard people will use that wear robes of black and in theory have the scales of justice on their emblems behind them, of which I have many friends in that esteemed profession. I say that sort of in jest, is they will look at the history of how you have approved concept plans in the past. Times are changing fast. It's time to begin to define what a concept plan looks like for your county, for our county. You can't stay with what you've done in the past and meet the future. The future will run you over like a Mack truck if you're not careful. So I implore you, and the motion was about to be made by Commissioner Samuelson, I would implore you to disapprove the current plan on the board and to put a moratorium in place using subchapter K. And as part of that, indicate that you as a body of representatives of your county want to make sure that you're moving with the times and therefore will not necessarily look at concept plans in the simplistic nature of the past, although I've heard Amazon's was overwhelming in terms of its weight, not 9 pages, but 130 plus. But you need to define what those needs to look like so that you get all the issues addressed and concerns on the table at the concept level. Noise issues, pollution issues. I'm concerned about those turbines being less than 2 miles from where I may build a home or not.